Do we have? Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Hello. That's a good start. Welcome to the Residence Palace. You've clearly had coffee, so great, judging by the enthusiasm. Welcome to the Cleantech for Europe annual summit here in Brussels. Time to scale is our topic challenge for today. We're at the start of a new political mandate, and we've had a landmark report on European competitiveness, and we're here to bring policy and clean tech leaders together to chart a path to new European industrial leadership. And that's it. It's that simple. My name is Sonja van Rensen. I'm here to help get you through the day, to help you make the most of today. I'm not moderating every session, you'll be pleased to hear, so there'll be plenty of changes of face. So we've got individual moderators for individual debates. I've got just one of them this afternoon. I'm head of strategy at Carbon Pulse, which I joined over the summer, which is a small specialized news agency originally in the realm of carbon markets, compliance markets these days. That's also broader voluntary markets, carbon credits, and ultimately net zero. And we're looking to expand our coverage inevitably towards in the direction of the broader net zero agenda. I've been a climate and energy journalist in Brussels for a long time, and therefore I'm happy to see some familiar faces in the room today. So the challenge today requires quite a lot of effort, an extraordinary effort. We're going to talk about demand, we're going to talk about supply, how do we ensure abundant, affordable energy in Europe. We're going to talk about global competition, and we're going to talk about financing. We're going to bring all this together, and it's a full agenda. We're going to stick to time, and hopefully you're going to come away with new ideas, new connections, and new actions to take home with you to make all of this a reality. I'd like to hand over now to Jules Besnainou, our host for today. Jules is the founder and executive director of Cleantech for Europe, which was set up back in 2021. It represents the European clean tech community, and its ambition is, or its purpose, if you like, raison d'être, is to try and bridge that gap between policymakers and the clean tech community. He's a member of the Commission's Innovation Fund Expert Group and brings experience from London and San Francisco to his role here in Brussels. He's usually based in France, but here in Brussels today. Jules, go ahead.
Thank you. Good to have you with us. Thank you. Thank you, Sonja, and thank you all for being here. I have to say, it's always a bit of an emotional moment opening these Cleantech for Europe summits, but so fantastic to see all of you in this room, and especially so many of you that have worked, innovated, pioneered new technologies in this clean tech space for so many years. It's just really an accomplishment to see you all with us today. 4 years ago, when we started this Clean Tech for Europe initiative, I have to say that clean tech was not really on the political map here in Brussels. Of course, Europe was already a big leader in climate ambition and climate policy, but we hadn't yet connected the dots from that to becoming an industrial leader in the technologies that this new climate economy enables. But a lot can change in 4 years, and a lot certainly has changed in 4 years. We've had a new war in Europe that unfortunately has pushed us to rethink our energy system from the ground up. We have had our friends in the United States that have showed us that an industrial policy can work when it is based on industrializing clean technologies. And we've had steeper and steeper competition with China that has meant that not only deindustrialization has become a big risk in Europe, but also that our decarbonization could be done without European equipment if we're not careful. And all the while, during these 4 years, we've also had the immense privilege to see a new generation of European industry rise. We've worked at Cleantech for Europe very closely with companies like Stegra, like Sunfire, like Energy Dome, so many others that are with us in the room today and with us throughout the day. And it's been so amazing to see this new generation rise. And let me tell you that political leaders here in Brussels and throughout Europe have taken notice. The European Parliament was the first European institution to really champion this new industry, creating the Cleantech Friendship Group in the European Parliament, which is a first cross-party group of members of the European Parliament specifically dedicated to championing these new technologies and creating the conditions for their success. A few years later, we heard, of course, from European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, very clearly making the stake and the pledge that the future of clean technologies will be made in Europe. Only a few days later, we had the pleasure of welcoming to this stage at Cleantech for Europe Summit, Executive Vice President Margrethe Vestager, who repeated the same pledge and told us all that indeed the future of cleantech would be made in Europe. And I think what's been really extraordinary since that moment is to see really a consensus emerge throughout Europe on these clean technologies. Indeed, when I mentioned the MEP group, the Cleantech Friendship Group in the European Parliament, this is now a cross-party topic. And for all of us who followed the European elections earlier this year, we were able to see that basically every major party in Europe now supports this cleantech agenda. From European conservatives to progressives to centrists to Greens, everyone has basically pledged to have a strong investment plan on clean technologies. So obviously following the elections, this pledge was renewed and in the political guidelines that were announced a few weeks ago, again, clean technologies really claimed the top part of the agenda with this commitment to build a clean industrial deal in the first 100 days of the new commission. And so I think I'd like just to pause here to say this is an extraordinary achievement from this community, and this is something that will help us propel this new industry forward. So I wanted you all maybe to start by giving yourselves a round of applause for making cleantech such a high priority in Europe. Please. So you all deserve some praise for this, but we want you to be aware that the hard part begins now. Because in these 4 years where we've built this clean tech movement, unfortunately, China and the US have raced past us in a number of technologies and are winning the scale-up race in a number of these. And this is a really critical moment in which Europe has to wake up, support this clean tech industry, and find a path to success. First, we lack a comprehensive industrial strategy to support this sector, and this will be a big topic at this conference today. We also lack clear and stable demand signals for clean technologies throughout Europe, and again, this will be a key topic today. And of course, we're also missing the public and the private funding that clean technologies need to scale. So in short, we do not have the next 4 years to solve this question. We maybe have 4 months in some technologies. And so there's a real urgency in this room working together to solve this. And so this is the challenge that I would like to set for us all today, to really work with urgency, to try to find this industrial leadership. And, please use this day to be bold, to ask the tough questions, to always ask how can we do this now and not, in 2027 when the next multi-annual financial framework is validated. Ask these tough questions and, we want to be caught trying, having success here. And so I think engagement from this room is absolutely critical to make that work. So to introduce these topics in a bit more detail, I just couldn't think of a better person to kick off this summit than Julia Reynaud. Julia, you're a senior director at Breakthrough Energy, but you're more importantly our key partner in this Cleantech for Europe initiative. You're a key deal maker for clean technologies throughout Europe, and you've helped build so many new funding instruments, companies, and advising countries on how to scale clean technologies. So Julia, the floor is yours.
It is a big crowd, so welcome everyone, and thank you, Jules. It's such a pleasure to share the stage with Jules, to welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, to the Cleantech for Europe conference, Time to Scale in the Cleantech Sector. Jules just mentioned this. The hard part begins now, and we gather here today at what I'd call as a pivotal moment for Europe's industrial future. The recently released Draghi report that Sonia mentioned has sent shockwaves throughout European capitals, serving as a wake-up call for the state of our competitiveness. It has laid bare how far Europe has fallen behind in manufacturing, in clean technologies, and industrial competitiveness. And as we speak, in Brussels today, all eyes are indeed on the European Commission, anticipating the launch of the Clean Industrial Deal within the next 100 days of the Commission. This report confirms what we've all been saying for the past years. Europe must double down on the commercialization of innovation and in scaling up clean technology development and manufacturing. The alternative path we've seen is deindustrialization, and the threat looms both what I would argue in emerging technologies like electrolyzers, but equally as we've seen in more mature industries like wind, steel, and chemicals. The challenge before us is monumental, and Draghi's recommendation of 800 billion annual investment in European competitiveness has certainly sent sticker shocks in Brussels and across the capitals. It's huge. But I want to say here with a message of hope, but also of determination, it is possible for us to build these factories in Europe. It is possible to deploy these projects in Europe and to restore our competitiveness. And we know how to do it. Allow me to share 5 thoughts, probably with an underlying 6th, as to how we can do it. The solution, I would argue, lies not in the euros alone, of course money is important, but fundamentally in changing how we approach the business case for these clean technologies. To scale up clean technologies faster, we need to press on what I would call 5 acceleration buttons. The first, Jules mentioned this, we need to address the core issue of demand and uptake by end users. Too many promising clean technologies have faltered due to lack of market demand, not because of product market fit, in a misfit, but because we failed to create the conditions and an environment where betting on these products makes economic sense, especially for the first movers. We've talked a lot about the green premiums, but there are ways certainly to share some of that premium in order to bring those premiums down. Second, we need to better align financing with innovation. We must embrace new ways of financing projects and companies, introducing mechanisms like public guarantees for high risk, but also high potential clean projects, and creating de-risking tools to attract private investments. We've seen the EIB and the Commission work on public guarantees for the wind sector. We've also had an extraordinary partnership with the European Commission and the EIB insofar as have a project called Catalyst, where we co-fund, where we provide blended finance and have companies here who have benefited from this today and able today to build the products that will enable to decarbonize heavy industry, but also to provide flexibility and storage to our electricity system. The third, we must become ruthless in evaluating what works and what doesn't work. Let's have a real reality check, and you'll hear us certainly talking more about this idea of a reality check. Let's take the pulse. We need to understand which project approaches are failing to deliver and double down on those that are succeeding. For projects not reaching final investment decisions, as we have seen too many, but also I have seen many that are ready to press the start button, we must identify and address these bottlenecks. And again, there's a message of hope here. We've been recently working on e-fuels for sustainable aviation fuels. There's 30 or more large-scale projects that are ready to start to produce, but still none of them have reached final investment decision. Fourth, I would argue that we need to fix Europe's burdensome and lengthy permitting process. We've heard about this, we know this is a priority, now the question is how do member states actually implement that? But I would argue it's not just about permitting. There are extraordinary examples, not least in the cement sector, where we need to also double down on accelerating the speed at which we adopt and we improve our standards to allow those products to come into the market. Finally, we need to realign regulation and trade policy to help our European companies compete. We've imposed, for right reasons, wrong reasons, I'd argue right reasons, regulation over regulation on European companies, but whilst we've kept our markets open to competitors not bound by these same rules. Our regulatory approach needs to better align with the unique nature of these clean tech scale-ups, including on their supply chains and making sure that we may have those supply chains and the raw materials and the minerals available for us. But beyond these changes, and this comes to my last point, we must also build up Europe's foundation for the transition. The insufficient enabling infrastructure, think about power grids, think about hydrogen, think about CO2 transportation, and its slow rollout are major reasons for the slow pace of the transition. If we don't have the infrastructure, we cannot decarbonize. Ladies and gentlemen, solving European competitiveness problem requires significant changes on how we scale up technologies. Again, time to scale. The status quo is no longer an option. Europe needs more than targets and ambitions. We need actually concrete solutions to build the projects. We need shovels in the ground. The time to act is now. I think we're all convinced about that. If Europe doesn't change its approach, we risk losing our economic influence for generations to come. Something I like to say is, given the scale of the challenge, we must rise to the challenge of scale. We need to do this to compete globally, to create the jobs in Europe, and to secure a sustainable future for our continent. So thank you. Let's make this conference a turning point in Europe's clean tech journey. And back to you, Jules. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Julia. It's my now absolute pleasure to introduce our next guest on stage. And we're honored to have with us a true clean tech champion. And I just want to tell one story before I bring him on stage, which is there was one politician, one policy leader last year at Cleantech for Europe Summit that stayed with us for the entire day. And that's really despite a hectic schedule. And this shows that honestly, he was truly here to listen to your stories, to listen to your experiences on the ground, and to try to turn this into real progress for Europe. So our next guest is one of the members of this Cleantech Friendship Group that we were talking about earlier. He's one of the founding members, actually, of this group. But he's now also the Vice President of the European Parliament. So I'm delighted to welcome to you on stage Martin Hojsík.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. I have to say, yes, it was so great to be there, and it's so horrible not to be able to be there the whole day today, but that comes with the portfolio of Vice President. It's just like one doesn't have time so much. But I'll do my best to stay as long as possible. To start, I think we really, as a Europe, are good at talking. We talk a lot, we commit a lot. If you look at what we have done in terms of talking about the climate, really good. But then we look around and see that, in real terms, while we are those who are in the front post and the opposition in Europe is saying, yeah, but what about China? What about US? Well, we talk and they act. The Chinese have been investing into the non-combustion engine, electric cars over the last, 15, 20 years? While our own industry, let's be very frank, was especially in a certain country, was doing everything to prevent it. Like you can run the diesel with 0 emissions, you can't. Everybody was saying, Trump left the Paris deal, and while he was in government, the GDP share of the investments into renewables in US was higher than in Europe. And I think this is one of the major task that we have ahead us now. We finally need to start acting. Because without that, we'll just see US and China blaze away and we'll be left standing and talking. And I think this is something which is really crucial for us. And I was very happy to hear some of the main obstacles, again and still. And yes, to use one example, it's not only about the permit you need to build the factory. It's actually about the challenge that if you are, especially in the construction business, In every single country, you have to have you have to follow different norms, you have to have different special certificates. In an environment which basically completely prefers and gives an unfair position to the incumbents while stifles innovation, stifles the SMEs, which everybody is talking about how they're important, and essentially stifles any change. And I think this is where we pretend that we have a single market, while we don't. I believe that many of you would be having much easier life if you would know that, okay, this is how our product or service should look like, and I can immediately offer it on the entire European market. But in most of the cases, you can't. And while we address, and we'll see indeed how the member states will implement the Net Zero Industry Act, because that's another problem, but we have to start moving also on this part, so making sure that we actually have a single market that gives a fair chance to the clean tech companies, to the innovators, to the SMEs. Because while we're talking about need to invest 800 billion a year, actually we're not even giving the clean tech companies a fair chance in a competition. We're actually putting roadblocks in the way. So we talk about how it's important, but we do the exact opposite. Now, I haven't even started on things like subsidies for fossil fuels. You know, we're talking about, okay, we need to support. Actually, let's stop subsidizing. One of the challenges we will be facing is really to have, it's really to actually see that, no, well, we don't have endless public person. Money trees. If anyone has one, I'm interested. But how we can make sure that actually we put the money in the right place. That we have something called policy coherence, where the left hand knows what the right hand is doing. And yes, the big concern is that it requires boldness. It requires boldness because you go against the vested interest. You just need one press announcement that there will be a car factory closed in Germany, and everybody is up in arms and basically saying, wow, this is a catastrophe, what we did with the whole change in the car industry. But at the same time, the very same car industry is saying, please stick to this, we really need to deliver on this, otherwise we're dead. And from that, there's one important message for you. Please be loud. Don't talk only to us policymakers. That's important, and please keep coming with your ideas, and please send me your inputs when I'm not here, because I really want to know more, and I really want to help to make sure that these things are part of the Net Zero Industrial Plan, and try to push it, but also make sure that we, within the Parliament, not only in the legislative work, but also in our own initiative reports, and also watching what the member states do and Commission does on implementation and enforcement, talk to the stakeholders. But also, please be loud in the member states. Be loud and talk with the public. What we face is actually a battle about the hearts and minds at the end of the day. And yes, I basically got my love for clean tech from my desire to see the planet in a shape that my children can live a fulfilling lives, and actually that I can live such a life, because it's so bad with the climate crisis. But you don't have to be a fan of, you know, the green things. Actually, the clean is the new green. But it's about basic security. You know, we were hooked up as addicts on Putin's gas and crave for more and more and more, while we were blind to see what he was doing. So, you know, if you don't want to do it for planet, do it for our own security, for our own freedom and liberty. We need to do it for our own prosperity, because as we see, other countries are taking over. But also, we need to do it for our own strength, to be able to actually make and keep Europe a relevant player in today's world. Today is actually the EU Multilingualism Day, and you might be wondering what this has to do with the clean tech. And it has to do a lot, because clean tech similarly is about lots of the diversity from lots of the countries. And what we are seeing now, where lots of the scale-ups are leaving Europe. And I think what we need to aim for is not that you guys stay in Europe and grow and develop, but that we actually do what the others done, that we attract Cleantech startups and scales up from abroad to come to Europe, to base their operations in Europe, to do to the Americans what they do to us, let's be honest, and in a very friendly manner, you know, allies. And be able to actually be those who are the attractive destination. And I think that's where we have to aim, not just to kind of sustain what we have on a portfolio. How can we be those which attract? Money. In all these things, at the end of the day, it's money. Now, I have to say, I'm not such a friend of subsidies, because ultimately, they can help, they need to be pointy, but if we want to base the future on subsidizing, it's very hard to sustain it. And actually, I think lots of the subsidies got us into this trouble. Does it mean that we shouldn't support clean tech investments? No, the exact opposite. I think, and having talked with a number of the companies, the challenge is, okay, we have money for the R&D, we have kind of, if you're good at getting it, that's the other thing, but there is money in the horizon for the R&D. And there is money in the banking system, and there's a giant hole in between. And I think this is what we need to fill. Not only with providing guarantees, we actually can make money. As a Europe, we can make money, because if we would be able to take a couple of billion, put the right framework, and ask actually private fund managers to say, look, you bring the same money from private investors, and let's go for equity investments. Let's inject capital into these companies. And some will fail. That's the nature of it. But at the same time, others will flourish. And you know, since the venture capital industry is making profit, one can hope that this will be making profit as well. And this is where, instead of just subsidizing, we can be in a much better way part of it. Let's learn from Israel and Singapore, what have they been doing. So combining the right legislative framework that doesn't put roadblocks and obstacles in your development with the enabling environment and proper funding, we can have a good start. The last thing, the very last thing, is education. It's worrying how much I'm starting to hear about the need for not reskilling and return, but actually to have the proper connection with the universities, to have the proper connection with the educational system, so there are people to do this. We need to be able to also look at this aspect, because without it, without the people with the knowledge, without the people with the skills, we'll not be able to deliver. So good luck, and I believe that we can actually more than make it. We can attract clean techs from abroad, and we can be the best in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Inspiring words to kick off our day. And we're going to get right to it with a first panel on a clean industrial deal for Europe. It needs to be a game changer. I think that's clear from what we've heard so far. Let's find out whether it is likely to be so. And I'd like to welcome Alice Hancock, who's going to moderate this first panel. She's here from the FT. She's been with the FT for the past 8 years and is currently EU correspondent, so covering environment, agriculture, energy, and climate. Go ahead.
Hello? Oh, yeah, there we go. We're sorted. Well, a big welcome from me to this Cleantech for Europe summit. I'm delighted to be here. I was actually looking at my notes for last year, and I think I said something along the lines of, this is a very prescient time, or a very timely moment to have this summit, and it feels, again, even more prescient and even more timely. So I'm delighted to see so many people in the room. Of course, great to talk about the Draghi report, clean industrial deal, all these kind of things. So I'm delighted to welcome to the stage, to join me, Mathilde Worsdorfer, who's here, Deputy Director General of DG ENA, who looks after green and just transitions. Jean-Christophe Lalue, who is Director General and Head of Lending at the European Investment Bank, and Nils Aldag, who is Chief Executive of the electrolyzer developer Sunfire, who indeed received an EIB loan this year. Thank you all so much for joining us and joining this panel this morning. It's great to kick off. I think, what would be great to get from this panel is a bit of a sense of where we are and where we need to go. I think we've had a bit of a scene setter from Martin, calls to action and so on. We know the importance of this moment. And of course, we've had this clean industrial deal promised in the first 100 days of the von der Leyen II Commission. So perhaps to start, maybe we could first gauge the temperature and maybe a bit of an assessment from each of your different perspectives about where we are a year on from the Inflation Reduction Act, where the Net Zero Industry Act has got us to with clean technologies in Europe. So Mechtilde, do you want to kick off?
So thank you very much, first of all, inviting me, and I agree it's very, very timely, not only because of the Draghi report, but because we are in the midst of preparing our new commissioner, first for the hearings, but then obviously for a mandate of 5 years. And this is a new chance, a new go, and I think that why also the clean tech and the scaling up is really very much one of our key priorities also for the new commission. So as I work in energy, I will start with one thing you said about the invasion of Russia and Ukraine and how it has shaped and shocked everyone from a geopolitical point of view, but how it has changed the whole energy sector, which we had started with the European Green Deal and all our ambitions for 2030 and 2050 being climate neutral. We have seen in the last 2.5 years a lot of changes which maybe wouldn't have been triggered without a war. It's terrible to say the war is absolutely terrible and our full support for Ukraine, but the chances and the opportunities to change a system and decrease the dependency for more than 40% of Russian gas to less than 16% in 2 years, to have gas demand reduction and demand reduction in households and in industry of 18% average since 2.5 years. We saw record years, 2022, 2023, for renewables, wind and solar. And the first 6 months in 24 are really excellent news for the wind and solar industries in Europe and beyond. We can come to that. But I think that has triggered also an acceleration. And all, I would say, our implementation of the legislation, and we might come back, because when we speak, and I heard what has been said, why did we have more renewables to replace, obviously, gas and coal and others? But also, we started with emergency regulation on permitting. And permitting, I agree, is one of the big obstacles for renewables projects, for grids and others. And we have made top priority overriding public interest renewables in our legislation. And that has seen clear positive signals in some of our member states. Not yet in all, it needs to be further implemented. We need to exchange best practice. There is sometimes a lack of capacity, even human resources in some of our member state regions, cities, but we also see good positive signals where wind industry, for example, in projects in a country like Germany have accelerated in the last couple of months. So there are some good signals which we have seen out of the regulatory environment and out what we have learned from the past and how to accelerate our clean energy transition, but we have to do more. And I think from a Commission point of view, as I say, the timing is excellent, and the Draghi report pointing at the competitiveness, pointing at innovation, there's a lot about energy transition and energy prices, and the strategic autonomy. And I think these are key drivers which we really still need to look at how to implement that further in this green industrial or clean industrial deal, which the Commission will present in the first 100 days. I stop here.
Great, thank you for that picture. Jean-Christophe, how does it look from where you sit?
Well, good morning, first of all. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. Lots of familiar faces. I'm very happy to be here. Let me start by saying that first of all, I like very much the title of today's gathering because it's really about scaling up. But the first thing to say, and I'm afraid we're rather good at that in Europe, but the first thing to say is we're not there at all, right? There is a real problem. We have a real problem, and we know about it, and some of it has been said, but I'd like to add, and then I promise I will get to positive solution towards the problem. But first, we in the EIB, in the European Investment Bank, we have an economics department that produces from time to time interesting studies. The latest paper they produced, here's what they found out. In terms of venture capital, EU scale-ups raise 50% less capital than their Silicon Valley peers, regardless of industry, year of establishment, and business cycle. In terms of foreign investors, more than 4 out of 5 scale-ups deals in the EU involve foreign-backed investors, and this compares to only 14% in Silicon Valley. And in terms of exit, EU scale-ups are more likely to be acquired by foreign buyers, and many choose to exit through the US stock exchanges rather than on European exit options. And frankly, this is a bit the story of our life. Having seen quite a number of them, we have a portfolio of 6 billion euros of venture debt investments. The number of companies that we have seen that indeed favor foreign investors or foreign stock markets to continue their growth paths is, unfortunately, I have to say, very disheartening and infuriating at times. So what do we do? Look, I think the bottom line, and probably we really do not have enough time to get to the bottom of the problem, but everybody knows, or I suppose most of us know and see, that we suffer from a real problem of fragmentation inside the European Union. The Vice President of the European Parliament said it. It's absolutely true. We see it every day. We have too many small stock markets everywhere. We don't have a single capital market, and everybody plays by their own rules. We have, even at EU level, at times, we have very, very fragmented instruments. You know, the number of companies out there that we meet and who say, where do I start? You know, I want a grant, I want a loan, where do I start? You know, all of these mini guichets everywhere, and everybody wants to have their own thematic area of intervention. Okay, so it's a commonplace to say this. We can say it. And frankly, I don't know how, politically speaking, specifically now, we're going to solve the kind of prisoner's dilemma that we're in. We all know that collaborating would yield a better outcome for everyone, but everybody chooses not to collaborate because of vested interest and so on. What I can say is that some of the EU instruments work. And if you're not convinced, I mean, just to give you one case, but there are others, there's a company in electrolyzers and batteries called GDI that publicly said, we actually came to Europe because we had access to the venture debt instrument that has been, by the way, set up thanks to a very close partnership with the European Commission and with RTD in particular. So they said this. So from time to time, we are able to win one. We lose more than we win, but we are able to. So we can do this. So where to go forward? Well, I agree. Let's take stock of what works and what doesn't. So let's put our money where our mouth is. We are very good at regulation. We are very good at legislation. That's all fine. Now is the time to build a business case. So let's put public money, indeed, not as grants, or some of it has got to be in grants, but let's put more public money to give a cushion as a safety for private and public investors who want to actually leverage that public money to put finance at risk. So I agree with Julia's beginning remarks. Part of what we need to do, especially for the Cleantech, is to have a guarantee instrument that is going to do what the banks at the moment cannot do because the projects are not bankable yet, which is to provide guarantees for advanced payment bonds, for performance bonds, for those who want to actually scale up their technologies. Mind you, even for us at the European Investment Bank, we're an institution, but we're also a bank. And we are talking very largely about non-bankable risks. So we need public money to go in there as a layer of protection, because otherwise we're not going to respect the laws of financial gravity, and therefore we're going to make a loss down the road, which is not okay. So let's put our money where our mouth is. Let's build a business case. Let's put more money into these mechanisms, and let's make sure indeed that we direct more money into it. And I'll leave it at that as the first remark.
Great, thank you. Yeah, fascinating stats there. Niels, do you recognise some of what Jean-Christophe has laid out for us there?
So definitely, but maybe to start into this a bit differently, what we like to do at Sunfire is being Germans, we like to start with a sentence saying, going forward, it should be less about German angst and it should be more about German optimism. And I think we need optimism, and in order to be optimistic, it's important to look at what we have been able to create up until this point. And some of the faces here that I'm seeing in the audience have kind of walked with us the past 15 years since we founded our company in the living room of an apartment in Berlin. And they will remember, like I do, that 15 years ago, it was a huge achievement to raise 4 or 5 million euro for a Cleantech startup. That was probably one of the biggest financing rounds that you would of growth investors, of impact funds that are able to invest 20 million, up to 50 million, even 100 million euro in the case of some of the sovereign wealth funds. And I think in our sector, they are still willing to invest in Europe. And therefore, I would say the financing ecosystem has substantially changed for companies like ours. We've raised not just equity, but with all the different types of money we've raised something that soon is probably going to be €1 billion. And there's other examples in the room where similar amounts have been raised. So that is starting to happen, and that's good. It's not yet European enough, but it's becoming a possibility. And we're seeing kind of green markets opening up. Yeah, I'm saying opening up. They're not fully there yet. There's still a lot of things to do. There's stuff that we need to learn from what we've done in the past 5 years, and we need to quickly adapt that. We need to be faster in kind of our own lessons learned cycles and adapting things. But overall, I would say in the Cleantech sector, we are actually in an interesting position. But there's a lot of things we need to talk about today. And one last comment, since obviously I'm not following the political Brussels on a daily basis, but what makes me happy about this Draghi report is, first of all, it's highlighting a couple of the very obvious things. The world is changing. Russia is not there anymore to provide cheap energy. We are too dependent on Asian and more specifically Chinese products in very, very important areas of our industry. We have relied on the US to protect us and prevented to invest into defense technologies and stuff like that. And the conclusions out of that report saying we need to close the innovation gap, we have to invest into sustainability, and that's very important, and competitiveness and other things, I think lays a good kind of foundation for the new commission to build on. So I am optimistic, but there's a lot to talk about and a lot to do better than we're doing it right now.
Great, yeah, good to hear some notes of optimism there. It's always good to have that in the day. I mean, obviously, this panel is titled A Clean Industrial Deal for Europe. Mathilde, I wondered, I mean, Niels touched on demand, creating demand, green lead markets, this kind of thing. I understand that could be one of the areas that the Clean Industrial Deal might touch on, but could you give us a bit of a picture of the Commission's thinking on that?
I think it's early days because there are a number of vice presidents and commissioners involved in getting up the new clean industrial deal. But what is for certain that we get really inspired what the Draghi report, and I can only underline, it's not everything is new, but there is a lot of deep analysis which we can also see in other papers. It's not the only one around, but I think we can see and some concrete recommendation which we definitely will also put or be inspired to put in our clean industrial deal. And I think the demand and supply side, definitely also in the energy sector, probably our policies were far too long on the supply side. So we have to look much more on the demand side. And I can only say one area where we haven't been maybe enough active. From the regulatory side, yes, but it's energy efficiency, buildings and all that. Our new commissioner will be for energy and housing. So we hope that we can do more. I think the regulatory framework is there, but I think there's a lot more we can to scale up demand in that field. Lead premiums and market premiums, I think this is something, lead markets, more and more member states are pushing as well. We haven't to forget that often the Commission makes proposals, but they are not always liked by our 27 EU member states. Parliament is often extremely supportive, but in our areas, but I think we need them. But I think there are good examples also in our member states, in some of our member states, where we can get inspired and look at clean steel or some other energy-intensive sectors, but not only. And I guess there are good examples, also hydrogen, clean hydrogen, where we can look what is already happening and how to make that happen. One other aspect is obviously where we need to focus more, and that is the start, is the Net Zero Industrial Act, and maybe IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, pushed us a bit more, is this manufacturing in Europe. And I think here we have still some good example. We have to be, and there I like the Draghi report as well, because we shouldn't, on one hand, we should let the market play, where it can play a role and should play a role, but there are some technology-specific needs. For us, it's wind, where we need to keep the leadership of European manufacturing. We might have lost it on solar, but we need to keep it in others. And there we need to look really deeper, sector by sector. And what we have been working with the EIB on guarantees and counter-guarantees, I think we see some positive results, and we have to look where more we can go, maybe in other areas where we haven't done yet enough in the clean tech. But I think there are some very good examples, and all that will fit in and feel in a recommendation for the Green Industrial Deal.
Jean-Christophe, you look like you're already ready to...
Yes, thank you very much. And I'd like to directly compliment on this. I think first to give some news about the wind industry, because I think you're absolutely right. I'm very happy to announce that this year we should be able to deploy around 3 billion euros of the wind package that we announced end of last year. So we were quite quick for once, I would say, approved in December. And we'll deploy about 3 billion to the European wind industry. And it's nearly too late, not too late, I would say, but we were really on time this time, because you can see signs everywhere. I mean, the CEO of Iberdrola, when last time we saw Iberdrola, and I saw them in Madrid in February of this year, and asked them, what about Chinese suppliers? And they said, well, Chinese suppliers are absolutely not on our radar screen. And in the FT a month ago, the CEO said, well, if the price difference continues to be like that, we're going to have a look at potentially procuring some of what we do from Chinese manufacturers. So it's really, really time to support our wind industry as a case in point. But I wanted to say two things on what was just said. One is, I don't know about you, but I feel some, and maybe it's a very personal interpretation, but I feel some hesitation out there on the willingness to keep on accelerating on the green transition. And I feel some hesitation because there's a war out there. Everybody's priorities are very much centered on that. There are very high public deficits. The public is worried about purchasing power. And indeed, it leads to measures of subsidizing fossil fuels because people can't make ends meet. And I feel that, compared to maybe a year and a half ago, I mean, yes, clean transition is still up there on the agenda, but there are really competing priorities. So I would say the first thing to do, and definitely from the European Commission side, is stay the course, right? Stay the course. And we see that as well in some industries, like the shipping industry, for the green methanol, for example, at some point we thought it was going to take off. You can see some retraction from the industry. Should we keep also the petrol, the internal combustion engines or not? I mean, now is really the time to stay the course. That's the first thing to say about this. And the second thing is that we need to come up with new novel instruments to accelerate that transition and increase our risk-taking capacity. It's not always, and I have a lot of respect for private sector. We need more private sector for sure. And the Draghi report said it very well. Not everything can be financed by public money for sure. But the public money has got to go where the private money doesn't go. And there are areas, because let's face it, the private money finds, a profitable way and tends to be following one another into that profitable way. So the public money must be complementary to that and venture a little bit further than the private sector money and help the private sector money to come into some pathways that are not always used by others. That I will leave it at that.
No, very interesting. Nils, I know you want to respond to that, but I also wanted to ask you as an addendum to what you're going to say, if you could also talk a little around this China question, because I know for electrolyzers it's particularly pertinent at the moment. We've got the hydrogen bank criteria coming up, so perhaps you could comment on that as well.
So that actually fits with a comment I wanted to make. I think I share the sentiment that there is bigger question marks around how bold we want to be on green targets. I would say how bold we want to be on turning the great green targets that we've created the past years into binding and enforceable law on a national level. There is a question mark around that. That question mark, in my opinion, goes away relatively quickly when you combine it with an industrial strategic discussion or an industrial policy discussion where you show that being more strict in certain areas clearly leads to the creation of jobs in Europe. So I think that is really the door open, or that kind of keeps the door open to investments in green technologies, to demand stimulus for green energies and carbon dioxide emission reductions, if it's combined with those industrial opportunities that come with it. I'm not saying that it should only be about that, but I think that is helping significantly, and that's the tone that I'm hearing from this Draghi report, which is why I also said it has to be about reducing emissions and competitiveness. Now, I think that is an element where in the past years we've started to act very differently from our neighbors in the US and also in China, and frankly might have been a bit naive actually and have not realized how silently but step by step barriers have been implemented. I recently spoke with the CEO of a big energy company from China who said it's not totally in your face, but in the US it's completely clear we can take up about 20% in the solar sector and the rest we have to do in the US. And there is also ways for us to play there, but the only way to play there is if we actually bring know-how and bring technology and locate it there and do not just feed 90% of the supply chain into the country and assemble it and then sell it there. So, and I don't have to talk about China because I think that's totally obvious how the behavior is on that side. So I think we have to be substantially smarter, not everywhere. And I think the Draghi report also differentiates a bit. It's not saying we're going to shut the door on everything. It's just saying let's define what is strategically important for us in order to achieve our sustainability targets and create jobs. And in those areas, let's be more blunt. Let's be more outspoken about local content. Yeah, and this should not be an indication that we would like to fluffy in 2030 have 40% local content, but it should say very clearly on certain products, we want that to be done in Europe, full stop. And I think we are at a point in time now where it's possible in the global context, but also the ground is prepared here in Europe. And we are now at a point in time where we can say we want to have certain things happening here. And to finish quickly on the China question, yeah, we're seeing Chinese suppliers coming into the European market. Now, we are not solar panels. It's a bit more difficult to integrate a football field-sized hydrogen production machine into an existing refinery or steel plant. You have extremely complex interfaces. You mingle with the software or you integrate into the software of your customer and many things that make it more complex, more complicated for Chinese to enter the market. But still, it's happening. We are seeing more and more suppliers from the Chinese side coming in. And at the moment, there is a bit of a fear, but it's really a fear that there could be a downside to select Chinese equipment. But I think the moment the first projects start to do that and there is no consequence for it, relatively quickly we'll see the same things we've seen in solar and probably are about to see in wind, where I'm actually really afraid that we're in a dangerous situation.
Jean-Christophe, you wanted to respond?
Yeah, sorry to take the floor again, but just echoing very, very strongly what you said. also coming out of our daily practice, I really think we Europeans must review our competition law doctrine. Yeah. We must. Just to give you an example, inside of EIB, we finance 65 billion euros and very many per year about, and a lot of it is large-scale investments. We cannot finance a manufacturing, an investment, a capital expenditure in manufacturing. We can't. It's not allowed. Only if it's innovative, with an innovation content defined as this and that. So that's a problem, because indeed those companies that, and this is one of the problems we have in Europe, we need, and you all know, you've read the Draghi report, the productivity issue, the productivity gap that we have is partly due to the fact that there is no adoption of state-of-the-art technology by European companies. Well, if you want to finance that at the moment, it's not possible. So a company buying state-of-the-art software or state-of-the-art machinery cannot get finance from Europe because we deem that there is no market gap. So that must change, and in particular in critical areas of the green transition. Because otherwise, compared to Chinese or Americans that have a much larger market and enjoy a lot of public supports to scale up immediately, we are at a critical disadvantage.
Thank you. Time is very vicious and against us, but Mechtilde, I wanted you to have the last word, just to give us a bit of a sense of how the Commission, sort of speaking to a bit what Jean-Christophe said there, can stay ahead on frontier technologies, can be, you know, aware of what's going on, can try and make sure that state-of-the-art technologies can be scaled up and found and financed, and, you know, get past the competition gods.
So I think, first of all, the event today and others where you discuss exactly these issues are extremely helpful, and colleagues from the Commission will be here today, so we can really discuss and get input from the industry as such, and we are in close dialogue with EIB and others. And what I can hear and say is, as mentioned, the Draghi report, they are already in the mission letters partly, for example, to look at the competition law and state aid, which are extremely strict. It has its reason, or a level playing field within companies, but there is definitely a need to look at some of the issues compared to US, and the Draghi report is a lot about compared to US, and I think it also highlights some of our strengths in social law and other things, but it highlights also the weaknesses, and I think the opportunity now with the Green Industrial Deal, and I also very much like we shouldn't forget that we continue and strengthen everything we did on the European Green Deal, climate law, 2040. This is where we go in conjunction or complementary with industrial policy competitiveness. It's not one or the other. And I think the majority is agreeing, but not everyone. And there's always voices who doubt that. But I think we need to be absolutely clear also in the clean tech sector. What we want is really the sustainability, the security, the manufacturing. I mean, it's one line we can all agree together with the industrial side, the clean industry. And I think we try to make that clear. We have the support, but there always the tendency when you speak about simplification, which I very much agree, we can simplify, but we shouldn't reopen things which we have agreed, because there is a risk of opening a Pandora box. I've been negotiating a lot of those, and if you open it too widely, then you get really voices, and the result can be worse. So simplification is very good. We have to look. We have a lot of secondary legislation, delegated act, implementing act on non-criteria, which can help European industry, but we have to really listen and then make the changes which are needed. So I'm very pleased for today. Thank you.
That seems like a very opportune note to end on. So thank you so much, my panelists. Really appreciate your thoughts there, and enjoy the rest of the day.
So we're going to carry straight on with two examples of which we've called stories of scale. You've heard a lot of optimism and the need for optimism from this morning's speakers. So we thought we'd share with you some stories where things are actually moving, and it's not just talking, it's acting, and things are happening, investments are being made on the ground here in Europe. For the first one, I'd like to introduce and welcome Maria Persson-Gulda to the stage. She's a Swedish engineer, previously a partner at McKinsey, comes with a doctorate in applied physics, but is here today as CTO of Stegra, formerly H2 hydrogen green steel, which is a landmark decarbonization project building the world's first fully carbon neutral steel plant, and I think the first new greenfield steel mill in Europe anyway, period, in about 50 years. So quite an ambition. So Maria's in charge, is responsible for the plant's design, including the production of green hydrogen. And I think the broader ambition too, to look not just at green steel, but to think about how green hydrogen, green iron ore, green steel ultimately can be of use also to other industries which are looking towards net zero. Maria, go ahead.
Thank you. See if we can. I don't know if it's working or.
Yeah, that's it.
Let's see if. Okay, perfect. Yes, Stegra. As we changed the name about a week ago, previously H2 Green Steel, and I'll take you through that, and I'll take you through how it all started. But just like I said before, time to scale is really at the essence of our company, and we are moving extremely fast in order to put green steel at scale into the market by 2026. It's 2.5 million tons of green steel that abates 95% compared to brown steel, and we plan to increase that to the double, 5 million tons by 2030. It's situated up in the north of Sweden, where you have a lot of abundant green electrons at a continuous base. And we talk about why that is important. But how did it actually all started? Well, it's we'll take this as that. So we changed our name, as I said, just a few days ago. And the real reason for that is because we really want to continuously remind ourselves that we want to step up and increase, because that is really what it means in Swedish, Stegra. And it also allows us to do more than steel. As we're going to walk through, we have 3 different platforms up in Boden. We're going to produce green hydrogen. It's 700 megawatts of green hydrogen, so very, very large. It's going to be the largest in Europe, maybe even the largest in the world by the time it's set up there. And then we reduce that into the iron ore, we reduced into iron, and we produce 2 million tons of green iron, and that's really where the abatement happens. And then we do the steel. So we can actually then scale these 3 different platforms as we think about our next step after Boden in the north of Sweden. So why did we start? Why would a completely new company, a startup, go into an industry that's existed for hundreds of years and think about even imagining putting up a greenfield steel plant, as rightfully was said here, the last one that actually did that in Europe was 74. So the reason is because the customers actually approached us. The customers came and they said, now we electrified our whole fleet in the automotive industry, and we'll look at what is left in terms of CO2 abatement. And in our value chain, the steel is really sticking out. So we have walked to all the incumbents in Europe and we have asked them for green steel. We would love to have it. We can pay a little bit more, but we really would like to have it by 2025. And the steel industry says, yes, we know how to do it, we will do it, but it won't happen until 2035, and it won't happen without a double price tag to brown steel. So we started to ask the very healthy question of why. Why is that? It come to find out that it is in order to actually produce the green steel, you need the large amount of electrons that are green on a continuous basis at low cost, and that does not really exist where the steel industry exists today. So you actually need to move your steel plants, and you can imagine that that is quite difficult, or you need to break up the value chain. And the reason why the automotive industry really pushed for this is actually because they had gotten direct penalties on their automotive manufacturing scheme if they were not transforming their combustion engines into electrical very, very quickly. And this was extremely costly for them, not only actually receiving the penalties, but the speed that they needed to implement the electrification. And they were afraid that something directly or indirectly would actually come on their materials in the value chain. And if they looked at steel, steel actually was not didn't need to actually pay for the ETS prices. Instead, they got allowances. So they actually earned money. In bad times, the steel industry earned money on the ETS system. And if they started to actually pay for the emissions that they have, then that could be a price tag of 30–40% to the price that they were currently seeing, which is a big increase and could be even more. Also, all our customers have signed science-based targets, and those are not only for the European manufacturing, those are actually for the global manufacturing. And so there is a drive not only in Europe to make this transition for our global customers. But we are more than just abating the CO2. As we have a white sheet of paper and can do it right from the beginning, we think about multiple ways where we would like to be world-class sustainable and really drive the industry in the right direction. So decarbonization, of course, is the first one. Circular economy is another one. How do we circle all the water? We have zero dispatch of water to any river or lake in Boden. We are circulating all our gases, so if the hydrogen did not reduce the first time, it will certainly reduce the second, and so forth. Scrap is also, we take scrap from our customers back into the loop in our own production, just to mention a few of the examples. Digitalization, this is probably the industry in the world with most data. And in certain use cases, ones have been able to use that data. But it is an industry where you need to have spent 35 years in order to make the right decisions, because there's so much gut feeling in that production. And that gut feeling is because the amount of different parameters that are determining whether you're getting the right quality or not is too much for the brain to actually understand. So I'm hugely excited about using AI. Once we've been able to actually collect all the right data and integrate it into a platform and architecture that will work for the steel plant. So that is currently where we put a lot of focus right now in order to make sure that this becomes the most digital place for the steel industry that they yet have seen, and taking it to a complete new level. And then last but not least, I started off my career in the steel industry in the United States, and I was amazed that every single person almost that I met looked like an American football player. And I'm only 5 feet tall, or 155, as we say here in Europe. There are steel plants all over the world. But if you go to them, they're very homogeneous in the way that people are and look and where they come from. So bringing the best people from that steel industry all into one place, South Koreans, Japanese, South Africans, Europeans, various different countries, Americans, brings a very different dynamic and a very different way to optimize. And if we also then think about bringing people from other type of industries with other ideas, and not only looking at 50% of the population when we recruit, but actually using all the human capital that we have, then we're going to have a workforce that is absolutely world-class and can also take us to the next level, both in Boden and as we expand. So the 3 platforms, hydrogen, iron, and steel, due to geopolitical reasons and the awful things that are happening in Europe right now, it is crucial that the European nations and the big economies actually produce their own steel, unfortunately. But they don't necessarily need to produce their iron. If they ship in iron ore or iron, doesn't really matter for them in the long run. And it would be better economically if they actually started by taking in the iron and produce the steel. Because 85% of all the abatement happens at the iron point. The rest, the other 10 percentage points, is the steel. And so what we believe is that as we expand, we might be able to help the whole steel industry by actually providing the low-cost iron by using the first 2 platforms. I won't go through this, it's very technical, but this is the way that we do it. We replace the blast furnace with the DRI, and the green hydrogen facility was what you just saw there. And here are our customers that have signed contracts, and these are the ones that we're allowed to be public with. We have more, a longer list that is also confidential. And it is really good for us that we have a really big client or a customer base, because these customers, they have signed a small portion of what they actually need. So as we're able to qualify our steel and provide it to them, we can also expand that portfolio. And it's 1.2 million tons that we have actually sold. And that 1.2 million tons of steel has been sold in something that is called take or pay contracts that are 5 to 7 years. That has never been done in the steel industry before. Normally you procure 1 year at a time. And it also has been sold with a price tag of about 60 or a 30% increase to brown steel. And we see that green premium increase in every contract that we actually are signing right now. That has allowed us, together with getting a permit in only 18 months, to 6.5 billion euros. The investment round that we had last year in order to finalize this was the biggest in the world. And number 2 was OpenAI. And I think that that says quite a lot about the excitement of actually doing the time to scale for the Cleantech and making this revolution actually now start happening. So the equity out of that 6.5 is around 2 million. We started off actually, that's, you can read all here, but maybe the most interesting part is that we started off with 90 million, about 90 million in our Series A, and that those founders were across the whole value chain. So we had both customers, technical providers, and raw materials coming in. And I'll finish off with this, because this is how the site looks like right now. The steel plant will be on a 2 kilometers by 1 kilometers space. It is humongous. The foundations are already put in place, and now you can start to see the actual buildings. Some of the equipment has arrived, and we're starting to install it as we speak. And moving at this scale, because we started only 4 years ago, it could only be done with the partnerships that we have had along the way, and the partnership mindset also as we were doing the permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. You've seen an example of scale, I think, unquestionably. Maria's around for the day, so do approach her over lunch, over coffee, if you have questions. Our next story of scale, I'd like to welcome Gilles Moreau, who's one of 6 co-founders of a company called Verkor, set up back in 2020 with a single ambition to fast-track low-carbon battery production in France to serve the European market. They seem to be doing a good job. I read an article in Le Monde earlier this week, which was had in its headline, "The massive Verkor battery factory built in record time." So it seems to be going well. I should say Gilles is one of the co-founders, also their chief sustainability officer and an electrochemistry expert with plenty of experience to share with us.
Thank you so much. I will try to show you indeed a testimony of action. So Martin, the vice president, said we need to talk less and act more. Actually, we have been only acting. So I'll try to show that. I will try to explain in a few minutes what we've done in the last 4 years. So again, we were 4 years ago in July founding the company, and now we are almost 700. So what we've done in the last 4 years is 4 steps actually. The first one was to jumpstart the company, finding the first team, the first customer, an idea of where we wanted to put the factory. And then in 2021, 2022, we had to build our first tool. This tool is a pilot line as well as a R&D center. I'll come back to that. And then in 2023, last year, we secured the full concept of the Gigafactory, the customer, and obviously some financial support to be able to launch Gigafactory. The first one, the one that is in Dunkirk, also I'll come back to this one to describe a bit more. And now we are in the process of building it, clearly scaling up, clearly building what should be a clean tech industry, and you'll see it's quite impressive. We are working with new customer on new format, new chemistry for next Gigafactory if we succeed. Again, this work was acting, as one of my colleagues say always, a baby step to the world class. So we are acting first and then planning the next steps. In terms of financing, the journey is the same: to secure the team, to secure a first customer, and to secure the first concept. We start with a Series A of 10 million for 6 people, which was enough. But for sure, we had a few dozen of persons after 1 year securing a first customer and starting to build. What is our second step, the pilot line? Here we had quite a lot of support, actually, including European Investment Bank, including a lot of VC, and a lot of support from the French government. The third step last year, in 2023, we secured an equity of almost 1 billion, and with the debt and the subsidy, we were a bit more than 2 billion being secured. And then the next step will be together with the securing of a new Gigafactory and a new customer with more, I guess, with more teams. But I'll take a bit more. I'll talk a bit more about the team here. So the first step, and what is key in a startup, in a scale-up, and everywhere actually, is having a huge and I mean, not huge, obviously, but very knowledgeable team. So that's what we tried each steps with, and now we succeeded in having people from all over the place, from that have been working in all customers, in all gigafactories, in all our in all the industry, bringing us to. So this slide months old, so now we are close to 700. Yeah, I don't succeed to update the slide fast enough. More than 2,000 years of cumulative experience in the battery area, and a bit more than 40 nationalities, close to 45 now. So people coming from all over the place again, all over the world. So that's something we are very proud of. Our first tool, what I was discussing a bit earlier, is based in Grenoble, where the HQ of Verkor is located. Also, Verkor is a mountain very close to Grenoble, so that's why we are being called Verkor. So it's the prototyping, the R&D lab. It's a state-of-the-art R&D lab with characterization and capability to do sample A for any of our customer. 1,000 square meter total area, and it started 2 years ago in 2022. In the other part of the building, we have 11 square meters of pilot line, being able to build sample B as fast as our customer needs. We have also a training center, because it's very important to train our teams and to be able to prepare for the Gigafactory. That's also where we are testing all our digital innovation and topics. So the Gigafactory itself, as you can see on the picture, so it started last year, groundbreaking middle of last year, first stone in December, and as you can see, 6 months after, the building, which is a total of 100,000 square meter, is almost finished. The total site is 1.5 million square meter. It's a very central location for our customer. It's a lot of jobs, obviously, 1.2 thousand jobs, sorry, and 3,000 indirect jobs. So we are working a lot on training. The area over there, there is a lot of unemployment, and it's very important for us to be able to train those people and to get the best of them to work with us. A few pictures of what it is to build Cleantech, what it is, let's say, industry in the making. So it's like industrial cathedral. To be clear, it's huge. It's always impressive when we have the opportunity to work in it. And let's say the people in Verkor, we are 700. The construction builders and our partners over there are between 800 and 1,000. So when we talk about creating jobs, it's not bullshit. It's really what we are doing. I mean, total we are almost right now at 2,000 jobs. I'll be very fast on our unique value proposition, because I have a few other topics I want to attend. So we are working a lot on our carbon footprint, obviously, to decrease it. We are trying to get the highest performance for battery with durability and very low resistance, internal resistance, but you don't care, actually. We are trying to develop very fast. We are securing our supply chain also to work in the best condition. We are also, again, working on the skills, so our DNA is digital. We are working a lot on partnerships. This is very important to relocalize, to work with the best people. We are also trying to, we have created an association which is called Upsell, to relocalize also our supply chain, including the equipment, because right now we are quite dependent on Asia, and that's really key. We have been working on the battery school, so I go myself, because I like it quite a lot, visit school and work with a teenager and explain them what it is to work in a clean tech company. And it's really, really key, and it's really nice to have them understand and be willing to join, actually. Last but not least is our feedback. We were talking, so most of the topics actually have been discussed already by the other people taking the stage. But in 3 words, what we think is important to be able to scale as fast as we did is ambition, time, and stability. First one is to keep on the ambition of social and environmental vision. So being as best as possible, that's what EU is doing right now, and we feel like it's key. We need a clean and affordable electricity, that's also is key, and we need all those standards to be enforced, actually. That's really, really, really important. We need time. Industrial champions like us, we need time to ramp up. Ramping up is very costly, can be a burden. So innovation is really important, and EU lacks innovation. You can have a lot of money if you are talking about innovation, but we also need to discuss ramping up. And then we need stability. I mean, all this has to stay in time, and we don't want too much change in this. We need planification, and we need something we can rely on. So thanks a lot. That was for me. I hope it was clear.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you very much. So we're going to go into a slightly longer session now. Don't worry, not too long. It's going to take us through to lunch. And for those of you who were last year, this was one of the most, if not the most popular sessions, so something to look forward to. The co-creation session, we're going to get up, we're going to move out into a few different rooms, have 4 different discussions, each of those led by an MEP and a Cleantech leader. These sessions will take place under Chatham House rules, so that's just an administrative point, which means what you say in here, there, you cannot attribute to a specific individual or a specific organization. And to tell you more about how it's going to work, I'd like to welcome Susanna Karp, Cleantech for Europe's Deputy Executive Director, someone who leads the Cleantech Friendship Group we've already heard about, and who brings a breadth of climate and energy experience to her role. So tell us how it's going to work.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Yes, great. Welcome to the summit's most collaborative session. It's the part where every single one of you gets to engage in a conversation really focused on the solutions that are needed to actually unlock the bright future that European cleantech deserves and that the world so badly needs. As some of you might already know, the summit is also the annual occasion for the meeting of the 3 coalitions that we so proudly host at Cleantech for Europe. So our Investor Coalition, our Scale Up Coalition, and of course the stakeholders, the policymakers coalition that also Jules introduced at the beginning of the summit. And so really what this next session is the dialogue between the 3 coalitions and also you, our partners. And we're very happy that so many of you have joined us today. And so we have 4 key topics that we will be looking at today. So these key topics actually emerge from the session that we ran the last time around. And as Sonia just mentioned, it was indeed ranked by many of you as sort of the favorite session. And I think that is exactly because it's so collaborative and it's a road mapping exercise. And so we have pulled out from the conclusions of those sessions the macro themes of what's needed to actually have a successful competitive cleantech sector by 2030. And so what is needed is, first of all, making European cleantech manufacturing competitive and a Made in Europe strategy. So this will be one of the discussion groups. Secondly, what's needed is a demand shock for cleantech, and we've heard this also in Julia's keynote. It was the first point that she referred to, so we will be looking in detail at this. Thirdly, financing of manufacturing boom. Of course, this is fundamental. We won't be able to reach our goals otherwise. And finally, we will also need access to affordable, abundant, and clean energy. And so in order to lead the discussions for these 4 macro topics, we will be led by a member of the European Parliament in partnership with a Cleantech leader. And I will now invite them in groups of 2 to the stage in the following order. So I would like to invite member of European Parliament Pascal Canfin to join. He will be co-leading together with Fridtjof Detzner, who's the co-founder of Planet A Ventures, and he's also a member of the Sustainable Finance Council of the German government. The 2 of them will be co-leading the session on financing a clean tech manufacturing boom. And should you wish to join this session, you will be able to find them in the breakout room called Salon. So please take your seats on stage for the participants to see you. We will... yeah. We will have a chance to return to this stage at 11:30 to have a plenary discussion of everything we will be sharing. But for now, it's just for you to see them and to then know where to join them. So the second group. Next, I'd like to invite MEB Radan Ganev and Tavi Madiberg, who's the CEO of Skeleton Technologies. Please join on stage. The 2 of them. Yes. The 2 of them will be co-leading the discussion on how to have a demand shock for European clean tech in Europe. You will be able to find them in the room called Passage. So it's right to the left when you go out. There should be signs everywhere. Thirdly, I'd like to invite member of the European Parliament, Michael Bloss, on the stage. He will be co-leading a session together with Khulud Karam, who's the COO of Janvia. And they will be in room Malbec, discussing exactly how to make European clean tech manufacturing competitive and a Made in Europe strategy. Okay. And last but not least, I would like to invite MEP Annalisa Corrado and Veronica Vanman to join us on stage. The 2 of them will be co-leading the session on access to affordable, abundant and clean energy. You will be able to find them in the Salon d'Honneur. So just to tell you how these sessions will look, every single one of them will open with an input from the member of the European Parliament as well as the clean tech leader responsible for co-leading the session. After which there will be questions asked, and you can also choose questions and ask questions to the roundtable yourselves. And the whole purpose is to really find solutions, identify what need to be the milestones of the roadmap so we achieve these scenarios ideally even before 2030. So this having been said, let's all regroup here at 11:30 to hear from these wonderful leaders what they will have heard and to hear their takeaways from these sessions. So see you soon. Okay.
Is that working? Can you hear that? Yes. If everyone could take their seats, we're going to... If everyone could take their seats, we're going to have just a short wrap-up before we go and break for lunch. Oh, I'll move. Members of Parliament who co-led our breakout sessions just now, clean tech leaders, please make your way up here. And I'm going to hand over back to Susanna to lead this final round, which is going to take us through to lunch, you'll be pleased to hear.
Yes, welcome back, everyone. Let's see if this mic is on. Now it is. Great. Welcome back. We hope you had dynamic and fruitful exchanges. Certainly the one I was in qualified for this. So I'm very excited to hear the main takeaways. And I suggest we actually start with Michael Bloss and Khulud. We'd be very keen to hear what were the main takeaways from the session. By the way, we were asked why is there a focus on manufacturing in this summit? And well, there's not just a focus on manufacturing, but for too long, there's been a blind spot on it. So I'm very keen to hear from you what sort of the milestones or the solutions that were identified in your roundtable were. Please.
Hello, hello. Yeah, wonderful. So yeah, it was a very interesting workshop, and it was unfortunately short. So we could have, I think, stayed for another hour at least, because it's the big topic. It's basically, I mean, you said it's manufacturing. So the idea of the Green Deal is that we make it also a deal for the economy, for workplaces, for prosperity. And we have already targets in the Net Zero Industry Act, yeah, 40% of manufacturing, but we don't really know how to get there. So the question is how to get there. And there was like great ideas and contributions. I think one that came out to me was really interesting is that the rules always favor the incumbents and not the news. And how do we do that? How do we change that? And it's not that easy. I mean, of course, like creating auctions in a way that, you know, everyone can participate and so on. But I think it has also something to do with a connection between the new clean tech that we want to have, people in the administration that design stuff, that also know that they should design stuff to help our companies and not just any company. So this connection needs to be there, and there needs to be a better understanding. I think we had a lot of things that I would say comes up also in the Draghi report under the idea of the infant industry. So, I mean, it's old, you know, economic theory. How do you enable infant industries? And it's not by, you know, putting them out to the global market in the beginning, but really help them. So that is, for instance, can we do local content rules in the lead markets? Can we do that in public procurement? Can we do that in the innovation fund? So these kind of things, not only local content, of course, environmental, social standards are there as well. Yeah, what for me is also it came up, was very interesting. I think something has not been discussed a lot. IP infringements. So something actually that so basically, if we have great excellence in developing here, it's produced, maybe to say it a bit bluntly, in China immediately. So how do we go about it? And of course, the question of we also need to have excellence here. We have still excellence here, but we also need to invest in excellence. But the excellence not only came up in terms of innovation, in terms of development, but also in terms of we need to have excellence in the parliament. We need to have excellence in the public administrations. They also need to understand. They need to know. The area, they need to know the companies, they need to know the advancements. So how can we create this excellence in the whole sphere that is administering and pushing this sector forward?
Thank you very much, Michael. I'm curious, Khulud, please, would you like to add a couple of additional points?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Michael. I think it was a great opportunity to hear from the different actors around the same table, and I think we need to do this more and more. Our topic was on manufacturing competitiveness, and I think that matches very well with the scaling up, because we need to scale up and we need scale to be competitive. They go hand in hand. And if we want to do anything from now till 2030, we've seen with the two success stories this morning on the steel and on the batteries that the timeline is long. We need 4 to 5 years. So if we want to do any impact in 2030, we need to act now. And now is as in last 3 months of 2024 as much as we can, right, before 25. So we discussed the barriers and the opportunities. So a lot of barriers, like Michele said, including adjusting permitting to new technologies, whereas everything is set up for the technology that existed before. How can we make sure that people who are setting the rules for permits, for standards, for anything like that, get up to speed? But also from the commercial side, how do we do reciprocity? We see today in different countries, US, India, China, when you get there, you are required to have a JV, to have local content to be implemented. We've seen in the first hydrogen auction, there is a lot of Chinese companies that won those auctions. Fine, now that is done, it's behind us. When they come and be implemented in Europe, how can we ask them for the same? Invest in local content, invest in communities, and invest in a JV. Now, the opportunities we have also in front of us is the second hydrogen auction. How do we make things different? Do we implement local content this time, at least for some portion? There's innovation funds coming up for batteries. How do we deal with that? And public procurement. How do we favor some of those companies? Because today, to scale, we need to start somewhere. We need to prove the technology. We need to show value. If we're not given that chance, both from a public and private sector together, we cannot scale, and it's a big barrier. So let's hope we can get some actions here collectively on those 2-3 things that are coming up very quickly in the next few months. So like we said in the morning, we don't talk a lot, but we act, and hope we can do impact in 29, 2030, because this is how long it takes to have impact. Thank you.
Thanks to both of you, and based on what I've heard just now, I think it's clear to everyone in the room why we actually put those two titles together. So making European manufacturing competitive and a Made in Europe strategy, because there's elements of a Made in Europe strategy that came out from your various summaries, and indeed we will at least need elements of a strategy, if not a full one, to actually achieve the goal of competitiveness in manufacturing. So I was really glad that you referred to these elements, and I'm sure the participants to your roundtable were grateful for your inputs. So thanks again, and I would like to now move on to the next group of two. So I would like to invite MEP Pascal Canfin to share with us the main takeaways from his roundtable and their roundtable on the topic of how to finance, how to have a financing boom in clean tech in Europe.
Yes, so thank you for this opportunity, and I cannot agree more on what you said about the added value of such a conversation. So thank you also for organizing this. I will mention a few remarks starting from the public policy angles, and you will complement with the private market ones. Maybe 2 words: simplification and de-risking. Simplification, we had a very good insight from somebody under Chatham House from the Commission on how it could be much more easier for you as entrepreneurs to access EU funds. And you have plenty of stories of time being wasted, of questions being asked many times or different, and then you have to adjust and so on. And you have to file a whole to have a whole file without having any news in between and so on. All of that is key, because either it creates trust and efficiency, or on the contrary, it creates untrust and inefficiency. And at the end of the day, it's not about big pot of money, but it's about concrete access at the right time. And somebody said an entrepreneur can manage 10 complexities. It's actually also one of the talents of the entrepreneur to manage complexities. 10 is fine. Thousands, they cannot. And that's the whole point, to connect the dots and to have less stop shops, to have more integrated access to EU funds. Second is de-risking. De-risking, I mean, the key word is not more grant or more loan, is how to de-risk private investment. And then there are many ways to do it. And I think one of the things that could come out is precisely to have a very detailed, somebody said more sophisticated and diverse, so let's say more sophisticated and diverse, de-risking strategy at the EU level. Putting all what we have already, EIB, EIF, Commission funding, member states funding, and so on, and blending them with private money in order to make sure that for all type of risk, we have de-risking tool which is operated in a simple way. And this is not the case at all today. It's not at all the case today, so that could be a very good step in the right direction. And to conclude, de-risking, it's not only tools, it's also the culture, the mindset. And somebody said in the US, when there is no risk, there is no game. So there is an appetite for risk. Let's be frank, in Europe, it's the opposite. So we need also to work together to create this risk appetite for good. And that's part of our mission, I think, as this network.
Thank you. Fritjof, you wear very many hats in this debate. So first of all, as a co-founder of Planet A, but also as you're an advisor to governments. And it will be interesting to hear your summary of what you've heard, but also feel free to add also your analysis of the solutions identified. What do you think can work?
I want to add something else. I've been founding a company before, a software company, and comparing to what we are discussing, that was really straightforward and easy. Scaling that, figuring it out. And I think we need to give the founders more credit. Like they're doing the heavy lifting, they're inventing something, they often have a scientific background, and then it's about scaling, interacting with this whole capital stack. And we are looking at them, and we want so much from them. And I feel sometimes we don't acknowledge enough how much is on their shoulders already. I really, really believe that. And to me, they are the real heroes of the story, and we should really think about how to support them. Obviously, there's lots of deals, and we discuss them, but we need them to scale, we need them to succeed, to build that next industry we're all profiting from. And I think, I don't know, that's to be said. I think we need to have them in the conversation all the time and listen to them about their needs. I really think otherwise we're going to miss something which is really important. Then when it comes to scaling up, I mean, I couldn't agree more. It's about this gap and how can we use the limited resource of public funding as efficient as possible, because it's really limited. And we know all these technologies will come, could come from other countries, and we need to leverage that money to really get as much private funding in there as best as possible. And I think we have successful cases where guarantees have been doing an incredible job of getting companies in a situation that they can access capital from banks, from other funding sources. And I think we need that as a scalable, really well understood solution. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So we need that solution. And I think last but not least, it is super complex for the founders. So they're interacting with this whole capital stack. There's so much knowledge you need to build up in order to successfully do that. And simplifying it, making it more accessible and understandable for them, will get them faster in this lane and really getting there. Yeah. And last, what I heard is offtake agreements. It's super complex. I mean, in the end of the day, it's all interconnected, even though we were just talking about finance. Obviously, you get the finance better if you have full order books, and so it's really all interconnected again. And I think we need to find methods to have corporates going upfront and then maybe bind financing, even or better financing conditions for the companies which secure offtakes to lift some of the burden for them. Let's say that.
Thank you so much. And as you've already alluded to a couple of demand mechanisms that could help, I propose we actually change spontaneously the order of the duos on stage, also to keep the panelists alert. And especially as we're approaching launch, I think indeed there's a bit of an inertia. So I would like to now move on to MEP Radan Kanev and Tavi Mariberg to hear from their session what has been discussed, what sort of solutions are needed to spur this demand shock for clean tech across Europe.
Okay. Thank you very much. Of course, we can also say we didn't have enough time for the somehow heated discussion we had on this shocking topic of shock demand for clean tech. I'm really don't think I could summarize everything that has been said, but just to focus on a few points. One is, I think, both me and Tavi and the other participants agreed that there is natural demand for European clean tech, and it is very much focused around already existing industries in need of transformation. That the existing industry is a big buyer for clean tech solutions. And here Tavi focused on the defense industry. I didn't have the time to say how much I agree with him, because defense and security are certainly a sector where we can freely impose a lot of made in EU requirements when it comes to the product. Much more freely than in other industrial sectors. So there we certainly have a focus. Then we notice two problems when we say there is huge demand in our existing, let's call it conventional or old school industry. One is that our industrial players don't have the means, they don't have the money, they're in quite dire situation to procure a lot of modernization products. On the other side, that the supply side, our clean tech producers often don't have the cost parity with traditional technologies, or they are not competitive price-wise to the mostly Chinese producers. So here we have a very significant problem to solve, and I would say, but this is already my opinion here, if we need fresh public funding, EU-level funding, that's where it should come, to focus it on this problem. Demand side doesn't have the money, supply side doesn't provide cost-effective. So here we can trigger a positive process with public money. And I would add, looking at what I call the demand side, the existing industry, money burns their pockets, we know that. European industry is very much used to spend free money. They have their fingers loose. So I would say no free money, not anymore. Loans, financial instruments for transformation, modernization, yes, but no more grants. And that could also give some comfort to northern government who get so anxious when they hear of new European level funding. But I think that was close to what we discussed. Please go on.
Okay, thanks. So firstly, to set the stage, what we looked at is that if you think about the European economic growth from 2008, when in US dollar terms, we have grown 10%, and US has grown almost 70% same time. And this is what we are missing in the economic debates, that past 15 years it has not gone so well. And just to put it in context, that the poorest state in US is the great state of Mississippi. One place ahead of them would be Italy. If you look at France, then we would look at Missouri. And this is maybe not the thing what we notice on daily basis, because of course we can make a claim that this is the nominal GDP per person. But of course the currency rates also behave as the economic strength of Europe or US. But now, this being said, when clean tech is the natural strength from Europe in terms of R&D, what we have done, in terms of the people, skill sets, and also the mindset. And maybe for me, there was 3 key takeaways from the discussions. First off, we need to have more holistic multi-niche strategy. And what do I mean by that? That if you look at our natural strengths, grid stability, we have Siemens, ABB, we have Schneider. We need to look at that entire value chain and how we can have clean tech products, batteries, hydrogen, supercaps in that value chain to create a competitive advantage. We even need to look at small niches, like we discussed defense, because where it's maybe the CO2 emission saving is one thing, but we can create actual competitive advantages if you look at, for example, laser weapons and strategic autonomy. Second thing, cost parity. But I think that if we talk about CFDs and so on, then usually if a CFD comes in place, when the actual question should be that for how long, because taxpayer evidently is picking up that bill. But for the technologies which have the potential to get into cost parity with, let's say, fossil fuels, we should be more aggressive in having CFDs in place in different industries and sometimes even in niche industries. But part of that cost parity is the cost parity with US and China. Because if we develop our own industry and long term we say that, well, it's made in Europe and you know that Europe is not as productive as US and it's not as cheap as China, when we really need to put the emphasis that also from policy side, we focus on the actual products which have the competitive advantage and create the environment for that. And now third topic, and this is, I can read it on the screen, the scale. But if in Europe we want to be competitive, when we need companies who are at scale and can compete with US or even in China. And that, of course, comes back to the topic of financing. I think Mario Draghi did a good thing, that he was a little bit like Armand Duplantis, the pole vaulter. But Mario Draghi set the bar in pole vaulting terms to about, let's say, 7 meters. And said that, okay, we need this extra 5% of GDP investment. But if we do half of that, we can already be in a great position, because if we miss the Cleantech wave like we missed the internet wave, then we will see these declining numbers over the past 15 years, and as kind of a, let's be honest, a declining empire in a way in Europe. If you don't act now and say that, okay, we will invest, then 15 years later, it's not even an option. 15 years later, we can be here in the largest global technology museum. And this is, I think, kind of the sad reality what we are facing, because if you look at the debt levels of EU and countries and US, when in US, Larry Fink recently said that, okay, in US by 2030, even with the lower interest rate, the mandatory legally fixed expenses plus interest eats up the entire budget income. So what can you do? Okay, you can say, oh, let's take a step back and try to save. But that will not work. This debt is not serviceable. Only thing what works is investments. And if US is investing, China is investing, then in Europe, we need to take the risk, we need to invest, and we need to go to scale. Thank you. Please.
Thank you very much. You have broad agreement in the audience. So we are now moving to the fourth discussion group, which was extremely collaborative in more than one way, as we got to share the moderation. So thank you for that. And so Veronica, you have been in the session the whole time. So would it be okay for you to start presenting the solutions that were discussed in the access to affordable, abundant, and clean energy breakout room? And after that, we will invite MEP Annalisa Corrado to share her reflections on the topic.
Okay, so I want to start with a quote. In Europe, we're looking for clean and affordable. Why today we pay for unclean and it's not affordable? So I think that was a very nice way to summarize. We need to level the playing field. We need to challenge the way the electricity market and the mechanisms are in place today, because the energy system is in change. Someone mentioned that there has been great ideas before on market design and merit order, but they vaporized. So there are good thoughts out there, but we need to act. Another discussion that was up was, if you try to help in the energy market to make it affordable and make it clean, it is a nightmare. Why? Because we are a beautiful European continent and beautiful EU, but we have member states with transmission grids, etc., regulation, permitting, that is like a hurdle. So when you go from one market to the other, even in neighboring countries, it is a challenge and a lot of work that needs to be done. I don't know how many of you are engineers. So I'm an engineer, and not in electrical, but I know grid compliance is very complex. I haven't looked at the European, I just looked at Japan once. So I think there is a will to make change and take the opportunity now to make the design changes. Let me see, there was also another thing about visibility. So we need to talk about clean tech. We also need to talk about energy, and not only electricity, but also heat. Because there's so much of the energy demand in Europe that is actually heat. So let's use the electricity when we need electricity, and let's use other solutions for heat when we need heat. There was also a good idea that I think is aligning a bit with previous talkers about working together with industry, because they are under big pressure. And I just realized we need to have this kind of round table between the round tables. You know, when we find good ideas and how can we interlink them. And last but not least, I would like to give Europe some confidence. So I work with Americans and in fossil fuel industry sometimes, desperately trying to go clean, change their purpose in life, so to speak. And they all say one thing: I would love a European passport.
Too much. So, good morning to everyone. Thank you very much indeed to join our round table without me. But you have to double your work, so I'm sorry. I am a colleague, so we share just a little comment there before, but I'm not still used to the agenda of MIP. There is a human being, it's always moving, and it's difficult to stay there. I'm convinced that the Clean Tech for Europe is such a strategic initiative, and I did my best to finally arrive, at least to hear the conclusion of the breakout session and share now a couple of considerations. This year's summit indicated in the title, Time to Scale Up, and the panel where I was originally assigned was dedicated to the issues of clean, abundant and affordable energy. The two elements, urgency of decarbonization of our energy, and are perfectly interconnected, and they are the heart of our climate agenda, and I would say also the heart of my political agenda. To become effectively climate neutral by 2050, clean technologies are one of the stronger allies, of course. On one hand, I see, therefore, a strong need to put out all our efforts in research, development and production. On this way, we have now to walk the talk of the most recent legislation approved on critical raw material and net zero technologies. In order to exit from dependence on fossil fuels and decarbonize our economy, we need to boost clean technologies enabling energy efficiency, circular economy, electrification of consumption, and renewable sources. Acceleration is a must, considering how far we are from the 2030 targets, starting with the global 42.5% on energy from renewable sources. I think it's really important that we are talking about the targets for 2040, but how we are acting for the last one, we are still very far from them, and it's a great issue. On the other hand, we need consistent policies encouraging investment and the scale-up of markets, as said. This is particularly necessary for the energy sector, where policy objective must match with administrative and implementing measures. The nightmare you were talking about, yes. I want to refer in particular to two challenges that can help us in our common our common challenge. First, the issues of simplification, permitting, and for the deployment of renewable infrastructures. That is a game changer for abundant and clean energy. And I want to add another issue where we don't have a strategy, when we don't have planification of the infrastructure. We also have to face the NIMBY problem. In Italy, we are facing it a lot as far as we are a place with a lot of density of inhabitants almost everywhere. And NIMBY is becoming a great enemy for the energy transition and for our need to be fast to do it. So it's another problem to face. While EU policy have been regularly calling for simplification, we experience in too many member states, including mine, Italy, decisions that over-regulate or discourage. And also the fragmentation is not also in each member state, but sometimes also in regional territory in every member state. So this is another big problem. Second, the issue of energy and electricity markets that is essential to ensure affordable energy to all users, citizens and businesses. In Italy, we have a huge problem. We pay the highest bills in Europe, and as we know, Europe is paying a really high bills. So this is a problem for decarbonization, but also for competitiveness, and is also in the Draghi agenda, one of the main focus points. So I believe that there is a work to do on the regulation and unification of energy markets to prevent speculation and ensure that lower prices of renewables is effectively reflected on the final electricity cost we find in our bills. And this could help also with NIMBY, because if you pay a lower bill, maybe you are most encouraged to consider that renewables should be an ally and not an enemy. Cleaner energy is also affordable energy, and this has to become clear. I'm certain that during this mandate we will have plenty of opportunities to build synergies for decarbonization and clean technologies. Looking forward to do it together. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the participants to the roundtables, to the Cleantech leaders, to the members of the European Parliament. This has been an incredible session, an incredible opportunity to exchange, and we've heard from everyone it could have gone longer and longer. So we will probably have this session again at the next summit. You're more than welcome to join then. We will try to turn this into a roundtable of the roundtables. So stay tuned. We will be in touch with you, and that's a little bit what we did in the last summit. We'll come back to you for your feedback on materials we will be putting together following this session. But thanks, everyone, and don't let me get in the way between you and the lunch. So I'll see you after lunch. Okay, bye.
Hello, yes. Welcome back, everyone, to this afternoon. We've got a lot more to talk about. We're going to have a panel discussion to elaborate some ideas on Made in Europe, how to make Europe a clean tech leader, building on what we already heard this morning. We're going to have another story of scale, Climate Impulse, with Bertrand Picard. We're going to talk about a clean tech investment plan. We're going to have some more breakout sessions to share some of the latest research and insights from the NGO and think tank community. We're going to have a panel on the EU and the UK, and what kind of scope is there for clean tech collaboration between the two regions. And we're going to close with a short fireside with two European Commission directors and Breakthrough Energy leading that. First, however, we get to the fun part of today, which is a series of announcements, again, building on some of the momentum and success stories we already heard about. Jules is going to take over from here to share give us some more detail on companies that have been up to exciting things and are here to share their latest successes and stories and initiatives with you.
Thank you, Sonia. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Oh, welcome back, everyone. That was a bit loud. So we've spent the best part of the morning really discussing how clean technologies are scaling all across Europe. And we wanted to really take a moment to show you and show this room that this is really not a theoretical question anymore. That companies are currently undergoing this extraordinary kind of scale-up journey in Europe as we speak. 2 years ago, here in Brussels, we had the pleasure of launching what we call the Cleantech Scale-Up Coalition in the presence of Bill Gates and Energy Commissioner Kadri Simpson. And the idea was really to try to get a common voice for all clean tech companies in Europe to be able to call on more progress, on a faster scale up, on speed, scale, simplicity to deliver what we need for this industry to rise. And this scale-up coalition is really there to embody the next generation of European industry. And in the last 2 years, this coalition has been really busy at work to try to create the conditions for a faster scale-up in Europe. We've worked on public funding instruments with partners like the EIB. We've worked on carbon markets and how to make sure that new entrants get to benefit from the revised kind of carbon market setup. And we've also worked on how to create more demand for these clean technologies. So what I will do for this kind of announcement moment is that I will start by inviting the existing members of the Scale-Up Coalition to join me on stage. And so I'm going to call from Stegra, I think Ola is in the room. If you could come join me on stage. I see Christopher from Sunfire. If you could join us as well. Yeah, don't give them an applause. Go ahead. All right. If you could gather behind me, we're going to get quite a lot of people here. I'm going to call Electrokia. So I think I see Mitch somewhere, or John. John, please feel free to join us. All right. Give him a hand. Excellent. From the EcoSem team, I think I saw Jean-Christophe or Susan. Susan, please join us. All right. Excellent. From the Plastic Energy team, I think Ian Templeton is with us today. All right. So is Adela here? All right. Come join us, Adela. If we could have Arnaud from Hydrovolt with us. There you go. Welcome, Arnaud. I also see Arnaud and or Tavi from Skeleton Technologies. Arnaud, there you go. All right. Excellent. And Francesco from Energy Dome. Welcome, Francesco. And I believe Gilles is with us in the room as well from Verkor. All right. Okay. So you have here the kind of the OGs of clean tech scale-ups, some of the most successful scale-up companies in Europe. But the announcement that we wanted to make today is that actually there are many, many more companies that are growing super fast in Europe and that are ready to join this scale-up group. So bear with me as I kind of call them on stage. And for the new ones, we're going to ask each of them to say a few words about their companies and their scale-up. So Peter Osborne from Atlas Agro, are you with us? Welcome, Peter. Do you want to go say a few words over there? Yeah.
So we are doing zero carbon nitrogen fertilizer, currently in the US and Brazil, but starting now in Norway.
Welcome. All right. Is this the right one? Yes. We're going to call Veronica from Baseload Capital on stage. Go ahead. Maybe I can get a mic.
So we at Baseload Capital, we invest in and develop geothermal heat and power plants across the globe. And for you who don't know what geothermal energy is, it's the heat beneath your feet. It's there 24/7, 365, regardless of the weather. I just want to add one more thing that I don't think people know. The first geothermal power plant was built in an EU country. It was built in Italy more than 100 years ago, so it's originating here in the EU, and it's still in operation.
Welcome. Welcome, Baseload. All right. I'm going to call on stage Matthias Slay from Battleizer.
Mike. Wow.
Yeah, you do.
Hello, Matthias Slay. Indeed, we're from Battleizer Systems. We develop and manufacture a pressurized alkaline electrolyzer with battery capacity. And that makes it extremely flexible. So you can basically switch it on and off like a battery, and thereby it can play a different role in the energy system. We're based in Rotterdam. Our technology is originated from Delft University of Technology. And we're actually pleased to be here. So thanks for
Excellent. Welcome to the coalition. All right. We have now one of the heavyweights of climate startups in Europe joining us on stage as well. Kyriakos Gilaioglou from Climeworks. Are you with us? There you are.
So, hi everybody. Heavyweights, maybe a little holiday weight extra. So, delighted to be here today. Extremely happy and proud. We know Cleantech for Europe. We respect Cleantech for Europe. So Climeworks is a European company. It's a Swiss company, but has a presence in many different European locations. We are a Cleantech, climate tech company. We do carbon removals. We use a technology called direct air capture, more or less like trees, if you like, without taking so much space and trying to take as little energy as possible. So we use renewable energy to filter ambient air, and then we capture the CO2. We we place it deep underground, and through our partner technology, this turns into stone in a couple of years. So these are permanent removals. There isn't a market for carbon removals right now, but there will be one sooner, we hope, than later. In many ways, we see our activity in a great partnership with many of the companies that have been mentioned here today. So as a company, we really believe in the Cleantech coalition. We really think that it's time to scale things up in Europe and deliver the jobs and the opportunity for the European economy, but maybe even more for European citizens and communities at the local level. Thank you so much.
Welcome. I'm going to call Gideon Switch from Scilib. Welcome. There you go.
Hi, thanks a lot. Yeah, we are Scilib. We are doing battery recycling. So we are capable of recovering all elements from an end-of-life battery or from a production scrap. This year we raised the largest financing round in battery recycling ever and have backups from, for example, Porsche and Bosch and European investors like World Fund. And we're super happy to be part of the Scale-Up Coalition, because we truly believe in the idea that we as Europe has to stand together, source European materials for European value chains, and work together on the resilience of European value chains, supply chains. And I think that only works out when we scale European companies, and that's why we're so happy to be part of that group here. Thanks a lot.
Welcome. Excellent. Thank you. All right. From Electra Charging, I will call Louis-Charles Mosseret. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, so at Electra we develop a fast charging network for all of you to be able to charge their electric vehicles in 15-20 minutes. We are active in 9 European countries. We were born in Paris in 2021. And now we have roughly 1,100 fast charging points installed across Europe. And yeah, we are very happy to join the coalition, and it's only the beginning.
Excellent. Welcome. And now from Genvia, Kulut Karam. There you are.
Hello. We at Genvia, we're a French company, started in 2021, public-private joint venture. we are working on developing high-temperature solid oxide electrolyzers. So if you want to produce green hydrogen with less electricity, let's work together. We capitalize on the heat that is there, whether it's waste heat from industrial or any exothermic process, to make sure we produce more hydrogen with the same electricity. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. All right. It's going to be a bit of a crowded picture, but it'll look great. Don't worry about it. All right. From Hart Aerospace, we're delighted to welcome Mike Hartney.
So I'm here on behalf of Hart Aerospace. I'm an investor at Breakthrough Energy Ventures, and we've been backers of Hart Aerospace since 2021, up to and including their latest B round, which they just raised. Hart Aerospace is tackling one of the hardest problems in hard-to-abate sectors, aviation, and so they're working on a hybrid aircraft. They've gone through test flights on early prototypes, and now their first commercial craft, which is a 30-seat airplane, electric hybrid, has just been deployed and or demonstrated, and so they're really excited about the opportunity to scale that and grow. They wanted to join the coalition because they think this collaboration is really important, and they're looking forward to working with all of the team here. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mark. All right, and from Ineratech, Kaspar Schuchmann. Oh, there you are.
Thank you. So Ineratech is producing also decarbonizing aviation, but also other hard-to-abate sectors such as shipping or the chemical industry. We are using green hydrogen, renewable energy, and CO2 to produce climate-neutral, drop-in-ready fuels to decarbonize these sectors. And we are super grateful, Jules, to you and the whole team, and also the scale-ups that have done so much valuable work over the last years already. So really, really excited to be part of the group and be part of the work that comes up over the next years to scale up tech in Europe.
Excellent. Welcome to the team. Great. From Neolith, I'm going to call Quentin Laurence. All right. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Very pleased to be there. Thanks, Jules. Neolith is a French company based in Western France. We developed a technology that allows us to transform waste into construction materials integrated within concrete. That helps having a circular approach for waste which cannot be recycled, and that helps sequestrating carbon. We are planning to settle around 20 plants overall in France and Europe by 2030, and every plant can sequestrate up to 30,000 tons of CO2. Thank you very much, and looking forward working with you all. Thank you.
Welcome. And finally, I'm going to call on stage Thomas Carrier from Rega Energy Group. Welcome, Thomas.
Hello, everyone. Rega Energy is a Portuguese renewable energy company. We are on a mission to accelerate the advent of sustainable industry. So with Rega, you're going to talk about our customer, about demand, about glass, about ceramics, and we help them decarbonize and produce the most sustainable products in the world, leveraging Portuguese advantage. And we sell them biomethane, green hydrogen, green oxygen. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. All right. Excellent. All right. I think this is it now, but we did want to show the full Scale-Up Coalition with the 22 members now, and we're just super excited to continue the great work over the next mandate here in Brussels. So please come forward. We'll take a nice group picture, and then we'll get on with the rest of the afternoon. Okay. Oops, sorry. All right, thank you. Ah, putain. Encore? All right. I have two mics. So we now have We now have two more special announcements that we wanted to make, which are part of the Scale Up Coalition, but actually two companies that have specific milestones that they wanted to share with this community. Again, this is just showing how fast this community and this industry is rising across Europe. So first, I'll call on stage once again Thomas Carrier from Rega Energy Group. Welcome. Here, and okay. Let me get the right slide in. Okay.
All right. So glass is part of a sustainable world. And so here in Portugal, there is a possibility to do the most sustainable glass in the world. There is a city in Portugal which is called Marinha Grande, next to Nazaré, known for the biggest wave in the world, where it's been a European glass capital for the last 300 years. It's a region of Europe that is under difficult economical conditions. And one of the company in this city, which is called Crisal LC Glass, decided to go and take the leadership to produce the most sustainable glass in the world. So as you can see, the actual move is ongoing. What they are doing is they are actually changing totally their process, investing several dozens of millions into a new hybrid furnace, electrifying everything they can, but they cannot electrify everything to produce actual green glass. So they need green hydrogen and green oxygen so that they can actually go really to the low carbon glass objective. And so what we do at Rega Energy, we are supplying them green hydrogen and green oxygen, leveraging the unique advantage of Portugal with very abundant wind and solar. So we are very happy today to announce that a few weeks ago, we signed a long-term agreement with our dear partners, Crisal LC Glass, to provide to them all the green hydrogen and green oxygen they need to eventually decarbonize totally this glass here and leverage the Portuguese advantage so that they can prove that made in Portugal is made sustainable. Thank you very much.
And for our next and final announcement of the day, I am so thrilled to welcome once again on stage Veronica Weinmann from Baseload Capital.
Okay, so I...
Flip the slide, because then everything is revealed.
I will tell you when you can
okay.
Go. So, So I'm so thrilled to tell you all that I'm on the stage because about 2 weeks ago, we at Baseload Capital closed our 53 million euro Series B round. And with this round, we were backed by the infrastructure fund ENGF. For me, that is still ENGF. But if I tell you who's behind that infrastructure fund, it's a very famous Swedish brand called IKEA. Yes, European money. So we were also backed in this Series B round by our longtime owner and very committed partner that is in the room, Breakthrough Energy Ventures. Thank you. Other owners are Baker Hughes, Nefco, and the Swedish family office Gullspång Invest. So our aim is to become a leading global investor, developer, and operator of geothermal energy. And, okay, I need to get them on. So we basically, geothermal energy has been around for a long time, but it hasn't reached scale. So we want to do things a bit differently. And we have a threefolded approach. We want to push the boundaries of this energy by going into areas that are underutilized and overlooked, meaning going to lower temperature and thereby widening the market. We de-risk our investments by building a collaborative portfolio globally. We currently have projects in Taiwan, Japan, US, and Europe. And most importantly, we want to work with partners. We cannot do this alone. We want to scale the entire industry. And in the way that we work in our company, we start with the crawling. And we think now that what we did is that we built 8 pilot projects in 3 different markets. There was a lot of hurdle, a lot of learnings, both on the tech side, operational side, and how you finance. But now with the Series B, we can go into next phase, which is learning to walk. So what we want to do now is actually to go into the commercial side and actually show that these projects are commercially viable. And once we have done that, we're going to go for the big long-term vision, learning to run and becoming the world's leading geothermal investor and developer. And just so you get a feeling, the size of the opportunity with traditional geothermal is 200 gigawatt electric globally and 5,000 gigawatt thermal. And because we are in Europe, I just want to let you know that by 2040, 75% of the heating in Europe could be supplied by geothermal and 15% of the electricity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we've successfully built on the momentum of this morning with this latest round of announcements. We're going to go into another panel discussion now to go into a bit more detail on Made in Europe and how to make that happen. So I'd like to invite up our panelists to join me here. Kurt van den Berge, Timur Gül, Francesco Opicci, and we have Lydia Pereira joining us online, if all goes well.
Here?
Yeah, go ahead. So I'll keep the introductions short, also so that we can take some of your questions and comments as we get stuck into the panel. We've got about 45 minutes for this, so we'll stick to that. So Kurt van den Berge, familiar face, I expect, to many of you here, Director General of DG Klima, so the Climate Department at the European Commission, coming up to 2 years now. Previously advised Ursula von der Leyen, Commission President, on the Green Deal, and has previously held a number of director positions, notably also in DG RTD, so the research. Timur Gül joins us from the IEA, International Energy Agency, where he's Chief Technology Officer. He's been with the agency since 2009, was previously a co-author of the flagship World Energy Outlook, but now spends his time analyzing clean energy technologies and their supply chains. Francesco Opicci, here from Energy Dome, so representing the clean tech sector in a very direct sense. He's an experienced business developer. He's one of the co-founders of Energy Dome, which was created in Milan back in 2020 by a trio. I'll let him explain more later, but it's basically a CO2 battery, and the target market here is long-duration energy storage. He's also its chief product officer. And finally, last but certainly not least, Lydia Pereira, welcome, who joins us from the European Parliament, where she's been since 2019. She's with the EPP group. She's vice president of the EPP, also president of the EPP Youth. And she sits on Economic Monetary Affairs Committee, also ENVI, part of the US, China delegations, so a whole host of experiences and responsibilities that seem very relevant to today's discussion. So, Made in Europe, how do we make it happen? And Kurt, I'm going to give you the pleasure, or the honor, of going first. We've had some ideas already, but let's hear it from the horse's mouth. What are we going to do?
Thank you very much, Sonia. Very happy to be here and to feel the vibes in this room about clean tech in Europe. That's really great to feel. I think it's very clear now when you look at the political guidelines of the President, the mission letters that she has given to commissioners, we will stay the course on the Green Deal. There is no doubt about this. It's an innovation and investment shock that we need to our economy, not only for ecological reasons, but maybe even more for economic and technological reasons. And as Bertrand Piccard told us earlier this year, it's really an agenda of modernizing our economy and our industrial fabric. And the other person I would like to quote, because that's very fashionable these days, is Mr. Draghi, of course, whose report is said by some media to become the Bible for the European Commission. Mr. Draghi said very rightly that decarbonization can and has to be a driver of competitiveness and of growth. But he added a very important condition to this. He said, if all policies are aligned. And that is the work we have ahead of us in the next mandate, is to make sure that all policies, all funding instruments contribute to the same goal, which is that we want and need to become climate neutral and resilient by 2050. There are many things we can say about this. I would like to stress maybe 3 points. One is we now need to implement what we have agreed for 2030. We have a policy mix for achieving our targets by 2030, which is, I can say, the envy of the world, because many, even from across the Atlantic, are jealous of what we have in Europe, even if they don't say it publicly. But we have carbon pricing, coupled with regulation where regulation is necessary, and linking that up with a funding and finance framework that is conducive to these investments. So we now need to implement this, because this will create the market for clean tech, green solutions. We have to stay the course on this. We need to complement this with a clean industrial deal, which will be one of the deliverables for the first 100 days of the next Commission. Very clearly, we will link this clean industry deal with our decarbonization target of 90% reduction by 2040. No decarbonization without an industry strategy, but no industry strategy without decarbonization. I think that should be clear to everyone, and that was also in the political guidelines of our president. We'll be working on some other instruments, like an Industrial Decarbonization Accelerator Act, mainly focusing on the needs that the energy-intensive sectors have in Europe, without forgetting, of course, the clean tech sector, for which we have the Net Zero Industry Act. And we will complement this also with a much more tailored, focused international approach, where we will establish clean trade and investment partnerships, especially with countries in the south with whom we need this win-win relationship. So implementation. Secondly, financing. This is probably where we need to do better, and we can do better. We need to have a much more strategic use of the EU funding that is available. But EU funding on its own will never be enough. So we need to link this up with national funds. We need to Europeanize the state aid. Today, state aid is very much in a national framework with national agendas, although operating in a single market. We need to find the right ways of orchestrating this in a more European agenda, so that we bring costs down, that we find the right de-risking at scale, and that we promote innovation. We have already pioneered with this through an auction we launched for subsidizing the production of renewable hydrogen, an auction that we organize as a service to member states. And this is something we will now repeat. We hope to publish very soon the terms and conditions for the second auction. We will also expand this to other areas. areas and really make it very attractive, very appealing for member states to add their resources, be it ETS revenues or others, to this, so that we really have a single market benefiting auction mechanism to not only support the production of clean tech and the manufacturing of clean tech, but also to support the emergence of green lead markets, as President von der Leyen has called for. And then the last point is resilience. We need to become, as some are saying, less naive about the openness of our single market. This does not mean protectionism. We cannot afford protectionism. We have probably one of the most open economies in the world. But what we need is de-risking in our relationships with the rest of the world without decoupling. And for that, in the Net Zero Industry Act, we have the resilience criteria. Colleagues are now working on an implementing act to define these criteria together with the member states so that we diversify our supply chains and do not become overly dependent on single countries for the supply of critical raw materials or of clean tech. And we will be spearheading this in the next auction that will come for renewable hydrogen. We will also do this for the support mechanism that we're putting together for the manufacturing of batteries, for which we will invest 3 billion euros. The analysis that we have indicates that when there is a significant risk of increased and irreversible dependency, for example, on the imports of electrolyzers for producing hydrogen, then we need to find a smart way of limiting the sourcing of such electrolyzer stacks from countries on which we would risk becoming very, very dependent. But we also need to couple this with performance and safety standards, with standards on cybersecurity, for example, and make sure that we work together with the grantees on a procurement strategy so that we monitor together with the projects where all the resources and technologies will come from. So implementation to stay the course, financing more and more European, and thirdly, the right approach to resilience. That's my answer to your question on Made in Europe.
Okay, thank you very much. One maybe immediate follow-up. There was a suggestion, because you mentioned the next auctions for hydrogen. We've already heard this morning, suggestions of local content requirements, so very specific ideas on how to ensure, indeed, electrolyzers are at least in part, well, coming from Europe and not imported from China or elsewhere. Is that what you're talking about when you're talking about embedding resilience into this next auction?
That is what I'm talking about. We've seen in the first auction that 50% of electrolyzers will be sourced in Europe, 25% outside Europe, and 25% mixed EU and non-EU. That's a very good sign. It means that we have still competitive advantage in the sourcing of electrolyzers. But we, of course, need to take into account that there is a risk that we lose that competitive advantage. And that is where we need the right resilience criteria. And I hope we will be able to publish these terms and conditions with this resilience criteria very, very soon now.
Okay, thank you. Timur, so it's, I guess, one thing wanting to be a clean tech leader, it's another thing actually making it happen. The IEA, you do a global analysis, so I'd be interested to hear from you. What clean tech sectors, technologies do you see Europe having a real potential in to take a leadership role?
Yeah, thank you. And let me first thank Cleantech for Europe for the kind invitation. And like Kurt, I was struck by the positive vibes in the intro. I was actually wondering why I chose the job that I chose to work in policy, where the vibes are sometimes a bit more challenging, can I put it that way? But what I felt is that there's really no shortage of possibilities in Europe, first and foremost. And I think that's important to acknowledge. We're obviously operating in a certain space where some countries have moved ahead quite decisively when it comes to mass manufacturing of technologies. But Europe certainly has enormous potential in various ways. Probably not to become, as this session says, the home of clean tech manufacturing, but a home for clean tech manufacturing. And let me highlight probably a couple of points that I find very important for Europe. One is a bit trivial in a way, but I think it's important to recognize. Europe is a huge domestic market and has ambitious climate goals, which is, when you talk to large technology companies in particular, they tend to divide the world for investments, at least, I mean, if I oversimplify things a bit, into 4 different regions. That's the United States, China, Europe, and the rest of the world. So this is where you make, how you make your investment, and that is in large parts for Europe driven by the large market as well as these ambitious climate goals. But obviously, if you're an investor in the space, if you want to build manufacturing of different technologies, you need certainty on the policy incentives, the implementation part of things that I also took from Kurt's intervention. Think about heat pumps, for example, high pressure from inflation, lowered incentives in a couple of EU member states over time. The heat pump industry can deliver, and Europe is actually very good at doing that, but it requires the policy element. Wind industry, Europe has a historical technological edge, but of course regulatory certainty and many other supply chain challenges don't make it particularly easy for the industry. And I saw one company here on the podium before talking about EV infrastructure. I'm pretty sure that if you talk to automakers, they will tell you for some certainty in that space, a strategic rollout would be extremely helpful. So reminding ourselves of the important parts, advantages that Europe has for specific technologies can be particularly important. Second one is the existing industrial base. Europe is a manufacturing region. No? I mean, it is important to keep that in mind with all the discussion we've been having on deindustrialization and everything, and in many ways the industrial base tends to be, in some discussions, seen as a burden, but to my mind is actually an important asset. Some segments of the existing industries have important spillovers on skills, knowledge, etc., to some of those new sectors. Think about the car industry, the steel industry, chemical industry. You need some of that skill, some of that knowledge for EV manufacturing, battery manufacturing, electrolyzer manufacturing, etc. This will not be an easy transition for the existing industrial base, of course, and there are some tough choices to be made. When you think about the value chain as such, maybe the value chain as we used to develop it here within Europe is not the one that we may want to have for our future industry, but the industrial clusters that we have here in Europe, the technical competence that we have here in Europe is actually an important asset in my view for becoming a home of clean tech manufacturing. And as a third and last point, possibly was also very prominent in the Draghi report, of course, and I think in this particular community very important, is the innovation potential of Europe. To my mind, it's very important that some of those improvements that are currently being made in the innovation ecosystem can advance. Some of the disadvantages that Europe is facing in the new industries, be it from energy prices or regulations, etc., are not new to the industry and have not been in Europe and have not been a burden or have slowed down the competitiveness of existing industries either. Think about the chemical industry, for example. They have not been blessed with competitive advantages here, but they were competitive in a highly global market. Why? Because they've been able to innovate all the time over many years. And the chemistry-related innovation will be an important asset for becoming a clean tech manufacturing hub for Europe. Think about batteries, a very obvious example, but also electrolyzers. So there is a lot to build upon. So these 3 points is what I wanted to make, the importance of the domestic market and continuing to be ambitious on climate policy goals, the existing industrial base, as well as the innovation potential.
Okay, thank you. To go, I don't know if you go down to the more granular sort of national level, but Europe's obviously a collection of countries. Can you say anything about how you see, I guess you see pockets of strength or also national agendas, particular competences that can then feed into an overall European new industrial complex in clean tech?
Well, I think the existing industrial base is well understood within Europe, who's very good in car manufacturing, who has a strong chemical industry, etc. But I think you also need to think a bit about when it comes to making the investments in a strategic way, so that investments can be done in a joint fashion, so that you have some strong industry players in this regard. But I think when you think about some of the pockets of progress that we already have, from green steel to some of the battery investments that are taking place in Eastern Europe, for example, I think it's well understood how we can advance that sector.
Okay, thank you. Lydia, can we come to you? Obviously, welcome to comment on what we've heard so far. And I wanted to put to you, I guess, also as a politician, that some of these ideas, resilience criteria, as Kurt called them, so very concretely, local content requirements, mandatory joint ventures. We've also this morning heard about a need for public guarantees, public money to help de-risk, a possibility for financial institutions like the EIB to provide capex funding for manufacturing, even when that is not explicitly innovative, for example. What do you see as very tangible ways to take forward and secure Made in Europe agenda?
Hello, good morning, and
yeah.
Apologies. Can you hear me?
Softly. Can we get the volume up a little bit?
Okay.
Yeah, try again.
Should I try again?
Yeah, that's better. Great.
Okay. Now I can hear myself, so problem. Okay. I would say, first of all, good morning, and apologies for not being there in physical presence. It's a pity that I'm abroad these days. But anyway, going straight to the point, and in relation specifically to the local content requirements, it is something that politicians and some business leaders tend to be vocal about. But I must say that in general, I don't believe in that local content requirements, LCRs, are the most effective tool for developing specifically clean tech industry. And I do not think that we should oblige companies to have local components or inputs, or to oblige member states to acquire made in Europe products. We all know that other economic blocs happen to do it, but there are a number of arguments for the reasons why I'm against it. The first one is that clean tech industry by nature requires constant innovation. Companies develop best when exposed to global competition and open markets, and not when they are protected with LCRs. So local content requirements can shield the domestic firms from international competition, reducing incentives to innovate. And here, just a parenthesis on what Kurt mentioned related to the famous Draghi report. Some of the things that are flagged in or the majority of things that are flagged in the Draghi report is knowledge, common knowledge for a long time. Now we have the technical framework or the technical overview on it, and one of the things that Draghi mentions is exactly the deficit in innovation, and for that we need collaboration, we need universities, we need businesses to be connected to create this ecosystem of collaboration that will foster further innovation. Second reason is that global supply chains are crucial for clean tech. Many clean tech technologies depend on global supply chains for advanced components. Forcing companies to source locally might raise costs or limit access to high quality materials, which could stifle the competitiveness of European clean tech companies in the global context. A third reason is related to the foreign direct investment. Multinational companies are less likely to invest in a market where LCRs exist. LCRs, in my view, act as a barrier. They make the European market less attractive to outside investors. And to attract the best technologies and international investors, Europe should maintain an open, competitive market without restrictive LCRs. Also, Europe needs access to global expertise to lead clean tech. Relying too heavily on LCRs might therefore slow down the flow of talent and skills into the region. And a more effective strategy would be to attract the best minds, the best talents from around the world to help drive growth, not just focus on where the materials are sourced or manufactured. So I think here it's a little bit from the mindset of going from made in to created in. And then the fifth point is that instead of sourcing for local content, Europe can promote the clean tech industry by offering tax incentives, R&D subsidies, and fostering public-private partnerships. I think this is key. And these tools obviously encourage businesses to innovate, to grow without imposing restrictive rules that could hinder flexibility and profitability. Related to this, I think the new discussion over the Capital Markets Union also is relevant in the financing perspective. Unfortunately, is a debate that has been on hold for the past almost decade. So it's something also to have in mind, and something that we can deliver if there is, and here let me give you a political angle. If there is an agreement under the national leaderships to achieve it, because one of the main problems has been the conflicting national interests with the European wider perspective. Well, anyway, I find the space for local content requirements in a very early stage of development industries to help specific technologies that have great potential but are far away from maturity and being able to compete and accelerate the development of domestic industries. In some industries, if we are in a leading position and we see other blocks, such as China, playing by different rules, I would also consider it. But it needs to be strategic and not an easy and common go-to solution. To sum up, and from a pro-business perspective, Europe does not need LCRs to develop a strong clean tech industry. Instead, I think it should foster a competitive open market environment that, as I already referred to, promotes innovation, attracts investment, and develops world-class talent. So I think this is the right approach. It's a better approach that Europe, as a global leader in clean tech, should implement. Obviously, looking towards the long term, driving long-term growth, and ensuring that European companies can actually compete on a global scale. And for that, they need to scale up. And for that reason, I mentioned Capital Markets Union. Since the constitution of the Cleantech Friendship Group in the Parliament, I have been referring to that, and I think it can be a milestone, a key milestone in the development of the clean tech in Europe.
Okay, thank you very much. So clean tech in Europe, it doesn't need local content requirements. You do see a potential limited role for them for very, very early stage industries, perhaps for others, but they would need to be strategically deployed and not be a wide sort of easily available criterion for everyone to make use of. One follow-up question. I mean, there is clearly a competition from other parts of the world. Think of US and China notably. So you mentioned we need to foster a competitive environment. You mentioned tax incentives, public-private partnerships. Is that enough to protect some of these nascent European industries from systemic foreign subsidies? I mean, overcapacity in China, ultimately more advantageous energy costs elsewhere, a lack of stable demand here for the moment to build up those markets. Do we, for example, also need to consider a different kind of trade policy? Do we need to make use of tariffs, etc., in addition to the tools that you outlined?
I missed you the last part, sorry.
The last question was whether, in addition to what you mentioned, we should reconsider our trade policy and make more use of tariffs, for example. So do we need more tools to counter these systemic subsidies that, as you say, other parts of the world are using?
Yeah, well, but I think there is a risk of going with that strategy because I think there is this temptation to become protectionist. So I think those things should be considered very strategically, and that with the ultimate goal to make sure that we have the same level playing field that also enables our capacity for competitiveness. So I'm very careful with the discussion on over tariffs. Since the pandemic, we saw that there was a huge the role of the state, of the government, was central, and to phase out some interventionism is also necessary that we have this discussion in a very strategic way. So I'm a little bit cautious over discussing further tariffs for the reason that I don't see the world being more, like, the geographies more isolated than they already are. I would even go further. It was unfortunate how the discussions over the TTIP, for example, ended. And for that, transatlantic partnership is also relevant for the different other challenges we have ahead of us, like artificial intelligence and so on. So I am cautious on the discussion about further tariffs.
Okay, thank you. Francesco, let's bring in the real world. You're the one making the investments, the decisions. Maybe tell us a bit about your operation. How much of that is that 100% European? Are you also sourcing elsewhere? What does your value chain look like? And is it possible, what would it cost to be made in Europe, to make in Europe, in your case?
Yeah, well, thank you very much for having me here. I don't think mine is more real than theirs. I mean, I think we are all in the same boat, to be honest, and we pretty much need the politicians and policymaking support. I think the question is really what is cost at this point, because I am a strong believer that a Cleantech company start from the product. The product needs to stand on its own feet. Obviously, there is some hurdles at the beginning and all of that, but it needs to be competitive in the market without subsidies, without support. And I think at Energy Dome, we have developed a product that is competitive with competing lithium-ion batteries. We do long-duration energy storage in the 8 to 24-hour duration. And we are competitive with the Chinese lithium-ion batteries, if you account for the cost of manufacturing of Chinese lithium-ion batteries. But what arrives here is not the cost of lithium-ion batteries, is something else. It's subsidized pricing, which, I mean, CATL, the largest manufacturer of lithium-ion batteries, 1 year sold the batteries for 110 euros per kilowatt hour, the other year for 52. And I don't believe they made a leap forward in innovation. That's something wrong. So we believe we can be competitive, but we need this kind of, I don't know, level playing field or some kind of support, because alternative we are left alone. From one side we have import from China that come at a very cheap price, and on the other side we go to the US, and they have import duties on lithium-ion batteries starting from 2026, but they also have support for local content and manufacturing. So they ask us to actually procure locally. So to come to your question, sorry, but I mean I needed to make this intro. I think it was important. Our technology, we made it based on what we knew, on the existing industrial base that you were mentioning before. We made a thermodynamic process that stores electricity. We use compressors, turbines, heat exchangers, pressure vessels, something that we are a Milan company. We can source from 10 kilometers from our office. And we are extremely good at doing that. There was a report from Bloomberg New Energy Finance that I don't know, they made us some weird, in my opinion, study. But anyway, they collected information on cost of long duration energy storage companies, and they confronted non-Chinese with Chinese long duration energy storage companies. We were the only one that were lower than Chinese peers. First of all, I mean, finding out that you have Chinese peers is another part of the discussion, I think, but anyway. We were lower in cost than our Chinese peers. Now, how long will it take before they start realizing that and they start subsidizing our unfair competition and then come at a lower cost here in Europe? We have developed our own way to let's say, to keep our sourcing from Europe. To be honest, we are not sourcing all of it. Some cheap pressure vessels, for example, without much added value, we source from Asia as well, from China. But the main components, for example, we are building our first plant. We bought the turbine from MAN Energy Solutions in Germany. We have a strategy of standardizing and by replicating these, let's say, over and over again, these supplies, we want to, let's say, reduce cost and keep on the competitiveness against our competition. We also need to keep on driving down the cost because storage finally is a lowest cost play. So for this we have made our own studies on what would it be instead of, let's say, sourcing from third parties, actually developing our own, let's say, gigafactory of manufacturing our own standardized equipment dedicated to our components instead of buying off the shelf. And the results we have are surprising. We were able to drop potentially 40% of the cost, still facing higher energy costs and higher salaries in Europe. Obviously, this will be more and more competitive the more and more we can source, let's say, cheaper financing for our own manufacturing. And our study, let's say, came up with a reference of that for each €1 of public money that we could get to invest in our own gigafactory, we could get 23-24 euros in GDP per annum back to the industry. So these are the kind of the things that we can do, and we have the possibility to do in Europe. That's why I started this discussion by saying. Is not mine the real world or theirs the real world. Is together a real world of competition of clean tech manufacturing in Europe.
And of the various policy suggestions we've had on what could help companies like yours, what to you is the most appealing or the most urgent, the most useful?
All of them, obviously. Maybe there is a very low-hanging fruit here, just a suggestion, is at least as a very quick start, provide for a level playing field in the internal auction. So I'm not aware much of the hydrogen auction, but there are some auctions for long-duration energy storage, for example, in Italy, where it's specified the technology that can bid into the auction, and the technology is what everybody knows: lithium-ion battery and pumped hydro. Cutting out all of the clean tech space from this in-house procurement. So that's, let's say, before the subsidies. That's an uneven competition. We pushed internally, with support of many in this room, to actually get some contingent of that capacity open for clean tech and new technologies. We managed to get 10%. amazing, but why only 10%, to be honest? I mean, why not 100? I'm ready to deploy. I mean, we just, let's say, we are selling contracts, we are signing contracts, and we are a European company. So I will start from that. So let's say making real, let's say, technology agnostic procurement and real permitting agnostic procedures, because at the moment, again, storage in the mind of many policymakers is lithium. So when they write the procedures for expedite fast track permitting of storage, they effectively write electrochemical lithium into the laws. And we are not an electrochemical plant, so what do? We need to go the long way, again, being penalized versus competition. So it's a layer on top of a layer on top of a layer, and then I'm not an expert of policy, so I cannot really say which one will be best. But obviously, let's say, let not leave us alone.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Any questions, or from anyone in the room?
Can I say something?
Yes, otherwise.
If I may,
Go ahead.
First of all, great, this Energy Dome project. It's really a very good project. We're very happy that this is made possible by the EU Catalyst, in which we work together with the Innovation Funds, the Horizon Europe program, and Breakthrough Energy. For us, this is important, not just for the success of your project, which of course we wish you, but also because we're learning how to de-risk such investments that you make. And I think the future of Europe will really lie in how we better work together between the public and the private sector. And that we have constant feedback loops, that we know how your project is going, and that we can work also with national and regional authorities to identify obstacles, what I would call prohibitors to investment and innovation, and get those out of the way in very quick time, which will sometimes be politically very challenging, but that's probably what we need to do. So we need to be better able to have competition, but also nurture maybe projects that have this scale-up potential in as far as they help us to achieve our climate goals and competitiveness goals. I thought that what Lydia Pereira was saying was very smart in terms of local content requirements. I don't think that is something that you would see the Commission insisting on a lot. At the same time, as I said, we need resilience criteria that avoid that we become overly dependent on single countries for the supply of certain technologies. And the last point, if I may, is that our trade policy has evolved a lot recently. We have a lot more trade defense instruments. We have the foreign subsidies regulation, the procurement instrument. We have the foreign direct investment screening regime. We have the resilience criteria in Net Zero Industry Act. We have public procurement provisions for sourcing locally electric buses, for example. So it's not as if we're still in the old days of a single market that is open to anyone or anything. What remains very important for us is that we remain compliant with WTO. The US is doing this differently, but we need to realize that the US has a much less open economy than we in Europe have. We really rely on open trade, but that trade has to be fair as well. And that's why I think Mr. Draghi is right in saying that we need a more sophisticated approach, not a black and white to trade. And why, for example, in electric vehicles from China, we come with very proportionate answers in function of subsidies that we have checked and that we can assess as unfair.
Thank you. Thank you for coming back on so many of the points made. Now there are hands suddenly. There weren't before. Let me just check how we're doing on time. We haven't got time for questions.
There is a red over there.
Yeah, I'm getting head shaking, however. Save your questions for our coffee break, which is going to be 20 minutes in a little while. We've got I've got a little bit more to do, but save them for coffee would be my suggestion, my recommendation. Thank you to our panel. A round of applause for them, please.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll go straight through. As I said, it's not quite time for coffee yet. We're going to go straight through to another story of scale, Climate Impulse, Bertrand Picard. Someone who you may not have had the pleasure of hearing speak yet, but that's about to happen. Explorer, psychiatrist, and Cleantech ambassador. As the initiator and chairman of the Solar Impulse Foundation, he set out to and succeeded in finding 1,000, more than 1,000 probably by now, solutions that work to protect the environment, support clean growth, all of this through a lens of applying a profit lens to ecology. He has flown around the world in a balloon nonstop. He's done the same in a solar-powered airplane. And the next flight is going to be on a hydrogen plane. Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. I heard that this morning you spoke a lot about competitiveness of Cleantech. How can they be competitive? They can be competitive if they allow to shift from a quantitative economy to a qualitative economy thanks to their efficiency. Efficiency is probably the word I prefer in the energy transition, because it is what allows to do more with less. So what is the quantitative economy? It's what we have today. Producing more, selling more, at a price that is always cheaper to beat the competition, with salaries that are so low that they increase social inequalities. They produce waste, pollution, and climate change. But they also make so little profit that it's a risk for the economy itself and not only for the climate. So we need to shift to a qualitative economy. What is the qualitative economy? It is when you create jobs and make money by replacing what is polluting, by what is protecting the environment, selling efficiency instead of quantity. At this moment, you need the Cleantech. But it's true that the OPEX of efficiency is extremely low, so the operating cost, but the CAPEX, that means the investment you need to do in front, is higher. It's true that when you buy an oil heating system or an incandescent light bulb, it is cheaper than a heat pump or an LED. But over the total time of ownership, it is much cheaper, which means that you earn money. Now, either you are the one who is rich enough to pay for the upfront investment, and you do it, or you are not, and you're stuck. And this is where we need to help to introduce a system that we could call efficiency as a service. And actually, the Solar Impulse Foundation, after having identified all the solutions that Sonia was speaking about, is working with the EIB, and it's open to all the other investments, to create an investment fund, efficiency as a service, where the fund would pay for the investment and would sell the service only, not the ownership, only the use to the customer. In that sense, it is not a system that brings money into the investment of the company that is producing the Cleantech, but it's a system that is investing money in the client's place to help the customer to have access to the Cleantech and to boost the Cleantech industry. So this fund is under creation. We will announce it with the EIB at the COP29 in Baku. And I think it's really a motor for going much faster into the implementation of clean technologies, because we see very well with the Solar Impulse Foundation, we have selected and labeled now 1,780 solutions that are efficient, profitable, able to protect the environment, and nobody knows about these solutions. Nobody is using them, which is absolutely a despair if you see all the potential that is wasted like this. So we want to move now forward to push the implementation through the efficiency as a service. Now, of course, you have solutions that are not yet profitable, that are not yet efficient enough to be competitive. And here we can speak of subsidies or whatever, but we also need to speak about promotion. And this is why I've launched now a new project that is called Climate Impulse, and maybe we have it here. Yeah, exactly. No, we should be able to have a little film. Can you run the film directly from your place, please? I hope the plane will fly better than the audiovisual here. Doesn't work, okay. So give me access to my slides at least. Okay, give me the next slide, please. Next slide, okay. So it's a project of a hydrogen-powered airplane able to fly non-stop, zero emissions around the world. I believe we need this type of spectacular promotion for clean technologies. Of course, you might tell me it's useless. We can never decarbonize aviation. The hydrogen industry is not profitable. And I just would like to remind you that exactly the same skepticism came when we replaced the labor of animals and human beings by coal. People said it's impossible to have steam machines everywhere. It happened when we introduced cars, and nevertheless you had a lot of people who were skeptical enough to say it's much cheaper to give grass to horses than to have gasoline stations. It happened when we went from landlines to mobile phones. You have so many people who said it's impossible. We cannot have antennas everywhere, and we have antennas everywhere. And now we hear that we cannot have a hydrogen industry. Of course, we will have a hydrogen industry. Now, the question is, how can we make it desirable enough? Because this is the problem with clean technologies very often. It is not marketed as desirable. And this project has the goal to make the hydrogen industry much more desirable. Can you imagine if you can fly with 2 people non-stop around the world, 9 days of flight? Of course, if you can do it in the air, you can do it on the ground, everywhere. And the order of magnitude is really interesting. We have the same wingspan than an Airbus 320, and we have enough hydrogen to fly 9 days with 2 people. But the same amount of hydrogen can allow an Airbus 320 to fly a medium-haul flight with 150 people on board. So we are already in the order of magnitude that, technically speaking, allows clean aviation. Now, of course, you need to implement enough solar or wind energy, enough electrolyzers, enough compressors and liquefiers, and install this everywhere. You think it's impossible? It's difficult. Yeah, it's difficult. But this makes it exciting. And I think we need, clearly, the current competitive clean technologies, but we need to see, to show, to promote, and to prove what can also exist in the future to continue the trend, because we need to motivate far more people to go into that direction. So this airplane is not just an airplane project. It's, of course, it's an airplane that is now under construction. It's not a vague idea. We're molding the wings these days, and the plane should fly in 2026 for the test flights and 2028 around the world. But I don't want to be alone with the co-pilot, Rafael Dinelli, in the cockpit. I want that project to be the flagship of a constellation where as many people can participate, where as many organizations and associations can participate, and really spread that word. You know, when you have a crystal and the light coming in the crystal, it diffracts and makes a lot of colors. This is what I believe that every association and organization in clean technology should be. A crystal that can spread the light amongst all the population, all the politicians, and all the industries who have not yet understood how incredible feats we can do with this type of technology. So I believe that we speak a lot about politics, we speak a lot about economy, we speak a lot about technology. We have to speak much more about marketing, about communication, about bringing in enthusiasm. And the skepticism is not only in the technology for people who believe it's impossible. It is also in some green organizations who believe that there are no solutions, who believe there's no future, with young people who don't want to go to school because they think the end of the world is in the next month. And these people must be reassured. We need to restore hope. We need to put action, thanks to clean technologies, to give hope to all the people who think there's no future. So we have a responsibility to federate as many people as possible. And this is what I believe that you are doing so well with the solutions you are bringing on the market, and that we try to do at Climate Impulse by having an airplane that can be a flagship for climate action, efficiency, and clean technologies. So I hope we'll fly all together very soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Another inspiring story, and we wish you a safe flight.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've got one more session before we break for coffee, and this is on a clean tech investment plan for European competitiveness. Moderating this is Bianca Dragomir, Director of Clean Tech for Iberia. Bianca is also an advisor to the European Commission. She was nominated European Cluster Manager of the Year. She has some very hands-on experience, spent more than a decade heading up the clean tech cluster Avaisen over in Spain, which in total unlocked €1.5 billion for SMEs in Valencia. So she knows what she's talking about. And she's going to run the next panel on unlocking finance for clean tech.
Work? I hope so. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much, Sonia. It's my pleasure to moderate this panel, and I guess the flavor that we have from the discussion so far is that we are at a scale or fail moment in Europe's climate and clean tech innovation story. So investment is paramount now if we want to scale and industrialize, and I would like to stress industrialize because I think this is the key. And we're going to talk about investment in the next minutes. So I would like to invite our fantastic panel. Anna Skarborg, Head of Sustainability from P Capital. Welcome on stage. Patrick Gresco, Head of Division Sustainability and Innovation at the European Investment Fund. Welcome, Patrick. I would like to invite Stefan Owaki, Program Director at European Innovation Council. Welcome. Mario Fernandez, Head of Catalyst at Breakthrough Energy. And Daniel Baron, Global Head of Energy and Real Assets at Crédit Agricole CIB. There he is, Mario. Welcome on stage. Right on time, as always. So let's first start with the good news. EU is closing its cleantech venture capital gap with the US. But, there's a big but, we are falling behind where it comes to investing in cleantech manufacturing. The US IRA will unlock $1.2 trillion of cleantech incentives by 2032. And China is not only the global frontrunner in cleantech investments, but also has a growing lead on cleantech manufacturing over both EU and the US. So if we look at Europe to meet Net Zero Industrial Act 40% objective, actually the European Commission estimates that the EU will need at least 92 billion euros of investments by 2030. And from these 92 billion, actually 18 billion should come from public investments. Even if these 18 billion materialize at the current rate of private investments in these technologies, this leaves a 50 billion euro gap. And if we think about clean technologies that are not covered by Net Zero Industrial Act, actually this gap can grow larger and larger to hundreds of billions of euros if we think.
Hello everyone, welcome back. I realize there's a few still having coffee outside, but we'll let people drift in as they finish. So we're into the final stretch of today, a fourth and final panel, this time focused on the EU and the UK, two regions that have been early in setting net zero goals. Clearly each needs a clean tech industry to help them get there, both at the start of a new political mandate. And this next panel is going to delve into a couple of areas of potential collaboration between the two, notably offshore wind, electric grids, CCS, and carbon markets. We've got two moderators, Sarah McIntosh, to my left, your right, Director for Cleantech for UK. Previously spent over a decade with the UK Civil Service, focused on energy and innovation policy. Was once upon a time also a research associate in CCS. Welcome. And Susanna Karp, who you had the pleasure of meeting earlier already, Cleantech for Europe's Deputy Executive Director. So over to you, ladies.
Thank you very much. Hello again. And a big welcome to Sarah, my colleague, who is indeed leading the Cleantech for UK sister initiative. Welcome to Brussels, Sarah.
Thank you so much for hosting us and having this important discussion.
It's our pleasure, and you've been traveling quite a bit lately. This weekend, you were also at the Labour Party conference in the UK. And so what was the sentiment in the room? What did you see there? What did you find there? I followed a bit of European media outlet coverage, but I think it probably doesn't compare to your experience from having been there, and you took part in some roundtables as well. So.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was a really interesting experience, obviously attending a party conference of a party that hasn't been in government for 14 years. So there was one of sort of an atmosphere of sort of cautious optimism, I think, but it's of course against a backdrop of a very difficult fiscal environment for the UK at the moment. But nonetheless, I think there was cautious optimism, and I think there is a great amount of humbleness amongst the new government, who realise that A, clean tech is going to be really important for our economic recovery, and B, they are very keen to deliver on their targets and ambitions in relation to clean tech, but are absolutely humbly aware that they can't do this on their own. So they're very much looking towards the community, but also internationally to genuinely learn and collaborate on this subject.
Very nice to hear your take on the conference. As you've heard us speak about this today already, we're at the start of a new political chapter in the EU as well. So we are now having a new European Parliament, a new European Commission, and although for us there's much more continuity, as we see the same Parliament majority supporting the European Commission and sort of a continuation of the EU Green Deal, there's certainly a new chapter opening up for us. I've seen in some some of the mission letters to the commissioners, there's certainly one that has a very clear reference to the EU-UK relationship. It's also the commissioner that has a new economic doctrine as part of the portfolio that they will be leading on. So I'm very curious to explore today with you and with our esteemed panelists a little bit what this could mean. And of course, I think we'll have also the inputs from our latest research to share to feed a bit the conversation. So with that having been said, I think we should invite our guests to join us on the panel.
Okay. First of all, I'm delighted to welcome Miranda Dawkins. She is the Councillor UK Mission to the EU.
Okay, and it is my pleasure to invite Thomas Pellerin-Carlin, who is a member of the European Parliament from France, representing the S&D fraction. He's also a member of the European Parliament delegation to the House of Commons, so he will be quite active in this interparliamentary dialogue over the years ahead. And of course, he's an old friend of the Cleantech community. We're very happy to have you in your new capacity back at our summit, and thank you for your presence. Yeah. I'd also like to invite to the stage Jacob Bro, founding partner at 2150. Hello, Jacob.
Screen. Oh, here we are. Okay. Hi, Duncan. Hi. This is Duncan Burt from Reactive Technologies. I'm delighted that he's joining us too.
Hello and good afternoon. Very good to join.
So before I pass over to our panelists to tell us a bit more about themselves and where their views are, I thought I'd talk to you a little bit about a project that Cleantech for UK and Cleantech for Europe have been working on, sort of looking at a bit more depth as to where there are potential for collaborations between the two countries. So we've been doing some research and analysis to look at where we're currently collaborating and what we might do in future. And I think a really interesting phenomenon that's come out of our research is that actually, despite Brexit, we've in fact increased investment flows between the two countries over the last few years. And actually, it seems that investment ties are increasing rather than decreasing, which is really positive. But then on the other hand, of course, we have a number of challenges in our collaborations. And I think most importantly, we have one big shared challenge, which is all about scaling up. So yes, and with that, I would like to pass to Miranda. Perhaps you can talk to us a bit more about your role and where you see the opportunities for the UK and EU.
Sure, thank you. If I can figure out how to turn the mic on. It should be on automatically. Try it.
Let's see if that works. Brilliant. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. My name is Miranda Dawkins, and I am the Councillor for the Trade, Sustainability and Markets team in the UK Mission to the EU, which is a team of some brilliant experts working on trade policy, industrial policy, competitiveness, energy, climate, transport, and a few other things. I hope they'll forgive me for not mentioning them all. We, of course, attach great importance to energy and climate policy, and we look at the similarities and differences between EU and UK policies in these areas. And, of course, we look to explore opportunities as well as looking after the legal obligations that we have under the Trade and Cooperation Agreement. You asked me to talk a little bit about opportunities. I don't know if others want to introduce themselves or...
I was just interested in your initial reactions as to sort of, are you surprised by the investment flows, or sort of what's your experience been since you've been here?
I think we would say simply that in the area of energy and clean power, the shared interests between the UK and the EU are quite obvious. And I hope that is some justification behind the sort of continuing increase in investment flows between the two sides.
Great, thank you so much. And we'll pass to you.
Hi, everyone. I'm delighted to be here. So my name is Thomas Pellerin-Carlin. I've been in politics for 6 months now. But before that, I was a researcher for 10 years, focusing on energy policy, and more specifically on the EU Cleantech policy. Hence, the reason why I know Susanna and a bunch of you also in the room already quite well. Maybe to talk about, I think we're living a tremendous moment between the EU and the UK. I'm saying that as a Norman. I'm from Normandy, and so therefore, I guess the closest EU member at the time where I grew up was really the UK. It's also the country where I went, well, we were not really traveling a lot as a family, but we would be going most often, so taking the ferry from Ouistreham to Portsmouth, quite often there. And let's be clear, the main reason why the EU and the UK relation has been difficult over the last decades or half a century has to do with politics. And saying that as a social democrat, the lack of capacity of the British Conservative to have a clear and pragmatic relationship with the European Union. This started from the get-go, continued with Margaret Thatcher, that played a positive role on some topics like climate, a very negative one, like on budget during the Jacques Delors era, and it continued with the whole Brexit debate started in 2010. I mean, you know that story. And we are now in a moment where the British people have democratically chosen to embark on a new era, on a new path, with the strong win that the Labour government, my comrades from across the channel, managed to secure a few months ago. And so I think now is the time, I don't want to use words like reset or whatever, but now is the time to really open a new chapter in our relation where we can have pragmatism and a constructive discussion that can lead to tangible results between the EU and the UK. And that's why on June 9th, when I was elected an MEP, and then Emmanuel Macron did the old snap election in France, there was a lot of uncertainty for me, but one thing that I was certain of is that I wanted to be a member of the delegation between the Parliament, the European Parliament, and the House of Commons. Because I think now is the time to build a new era of cooperation between the EU and the UK. And can we think of a better policy than cleantech, energy, and climate? I don't think so, just because maybe we can say that they are the most British of all the EU policies, given the importance that Britain, as an EU member, had in creating the energy policy and the climate policy that we have today. And so that's why I'm here with a lot of hope that for the next 4, maybe more years, we can work together in a way that is constructive and that is a win-win for both the UK and the EU.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's good to be here. Thanks for the invitation. My name is Jakob. I'm an entrepreneur and operator by background. I'm part of running a venture firm. We invest in startups, early stage startups, and early scale-ups across Europe, all of Europe, and also outside of Europe a bit, North America in particular. And I think we essentially this ecosystem that we are part of, which we call climate tech investors, which has gotten a revival in the last few years, is, I would say, completely integrated. Like, we work crisscross with our peers all over Europe. We join cap tables, we support companies, we support each other with making companies scale across boundaries. So there is very little. I mean, the whole kind of like background context of Brexit and the separation is very invisible to us, and I think that's very encouraging, and it's great. I mean, I live in Copenhagen now. I've lived in Berlin. I was working in London for a year. I actually left on Brexit election night in a thunderstorm. It was very dramatic, and I was in shock, and like the weather was in shock. And but now that we built this new company that I'm part of, we decided that we want to be all over Europe, and we had basically two choices. Like, where do we put? We had one choice actually. Where do we place our continental European team? Because it's obvious that we want to have a team in London. There's no doubt, right? The
the ecosystem around science-based universities that are commercializing innovation, the venture capital ecosystem, the entrepreneurship economy of the UK is extremely powerful and important. And so we knew we wanted to be there. We also knew we wanted to be in Europe. So I was in Berlin at the time, moved back to Copenhagen, where we concentrated a small team. We have someone in Munich also working there. So we try to cover all of Europe, and it's not really, it's not a political agenda. It's more like it's the logical thing to do. So there's no discussion whether we need to be in everywhere and invest everywhere. Now, where it gets more complicated is when we raise money from institutions, or try to, some of them might have ideas about where the money should go. Right, and this I think is a bit of a puzzle to manage. We're now raising our second fund. We're managing about 400 million euros. So we're not massive, but we have certain scale, and we can make a difference for companies. And so that's actually the only time where we meet friction. And of course, when we look at how easily companies they transgress borders and scale out across Europe, but I think that's not really like a UK, continental Europe problem as much as it's just like Europe is fairly fragmented in many ways, also within the EU. And I think there's a lot of cross-border friction if you want to take a business across the entire continent. There are cultural, there are regulatory, and in many ways actually. So I think that's something we also need to work on besides the sort of the connection across the channel. So I think we see Europe as one thing, and we don't really we also work very closely with the US, and we try to bring companies here and so they can deploy their manufacturing. And I think basically this is it's a fantastic moment, as you say, but it's also like it's a fatal moment in many ways, because I think if we sort of like look at the entire world, and we look at how fast things have been accelerating in the US, where we are also investing and we're benefiting from some of those tailwinds and some of that money that really goes to work rather than rules that go to work. And if we look at China and what's going on there, I mean, I just had a briefing in Copenhagen the other day about like Chinese industrial energy and green transition policy, and it's mind-blowing. At the scale and the investment scope of it, and the ambition levels. And I think if we don't bring all the forces of Europe together to basically build the technologies and regenerate or re-oxygenate our industries for that future, which is the next super cycle of the economy, the climate transition. I mean, we will be facing a very difficult trade-off, which is, are we going to depend on China for a lot of our key technologies and to some degree the US, or we're going to have to backtrack our ambitions on the climate transition because we don't want the dependency, because we've been scared and we've seen the results of being too over-dependent on, for example, energy. So I think, we need all hands on deck and we need to collaborate as much as possible. So that's what I hope for, and I think it's great to have this kind of discussion with all these different stakeholders in the room, because we obviously also need it downstream as these companies we invest in, they get bigger, and we hope to build some of that new industrial base of Europe. They need that scale to really be successful, and that requires more than just a little bit of venture capital at the beginning. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Duncan, if I can pass to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation to join you. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. It looks like a great event. So my background is actually on the regulated utility side of this. The first half of my career was spent as a member of the board, the operations director, and responsible for planning and development of the UK electricity grid. And I spent a lot of time working across the table with startups and very innovative companies in the UK. So 2 years ago, I switched sides and I joined Reactive Technologies, a really important and fast-growing company in the UK that works globally in electricity grids and the transition. And we're actually a UK-Finnish company, about 50% in the UK and 50% in Oulu in Finland. Many of those used to work for Nokia. And I would really agree with what Miranda and Thomas and Jacco have said. We see really at a working level in business day-to-day, there is complete alignment and synergy with the UK and what is happening in the EU. There is no difference. The markets are in a very similar position. The challenges are the same, and the opportunity still to hold on to that position as really the global clean tech superpower with the ecosystem and capabilities to export that as well as generate tremendous value for consumers in the EU remains the same. We did a significant funding round for the business earlier in the year. That was managed by a French firm, and probably 2/3 of the money that we talked to was within the EU or the UK. So there is tremendous potential to retain that position. I'm sure we're going to talk about how we do that. But this really is, with the new administrations in the EU and the UK, a fantastic opportunity to double down and really consolidate the EU's position at the heart of the transition globally.
Well, thank you very much. And as you recall, at the start of the panel, both Sonia and Sarah referred to this research that we've been carrying out over the past couple of months, the results of which will be presented in a forthcoming report. But some of the early findings have already been shared. And I'd like to maybe look a little bit more with all of you, panelists, and also, of course, participants in the room, into 3 key areas that we identified as important for cooperation at this point in time. Perhaps maybe before I do that, I should share that a little bit of the starting point in this research was the acknowledgement that both the UK and the EU have already been frontrunners when it came to the legislation around net zero, right? So we, from the world's first Climate Change Act, we've had in the European Union the first European climate law that covered multiple countries. And so also they have been first adopters of the net zero objectives. And so the question was, well, where do we actually have to focus our efforts on in the next 5 years up to 2030 if these objectives are to be met with more than just imported technologies, as Jakob just mentioned as well in his intervention. So one of the areas was grids. And actually, we noticed that even the UK's electricity system operator expects more than doubling the interconnection capacity that the UK has by 2050, most of it being interconnections to the EU. But so it's quite clear what this means, but I think what this doesn't mean is that we have to wait until 2050 to start doubling the interconnection. I think that's something that we can double down on, to quote Duncan, already in the next couple of years. Now, of course, both sides need to rapidly integrate large amounts of renewable energy and storage assets into the grids. And what we notice is that it could actually be quite an interesting mutual benefit, because on one hand, the UK has overcapacity of renewable energy, and so exporting some to the EU would actually help to balance its grid. At the same time, the EU has a shortage, and so needs this renewable imports. But of course, doubling down on interconnections is tricky, especially when we look at some of the technologies that allow us to do that. For example, high voltage direct current cables. At the moment, there's a severe supply chain bottleneck, with one EU member state in particular having most of the supply, and so there's a delay of years in the orders for manufacturing these cables. And so this asks the question, and please, to the panelists, these are the questions that I will invite you to respond to, but is this a case for actually having a dialogue on cooperation on how to handle such supply bottlenecks when we know that the outcome of, let's say, sharing or developing mechanisms to overcome the bottleneck would be beneficial for both sides? So can we envision cooperation around this topic? Now, the second one that I want to introduce in the conversation is obviously carbon pricing. So they've been frontrunners on carbon pricing, leaders in this field, the EU with the UK and the EU and the UK now. But most importantly, we have CBAM kicking in with a price in 2026 and a UK CBAM foreseen for 2027. So is this maybe an invitation to consider starting a dialogue on either linkage of the two ETSs, or if not, integrating some of their CBAM elements in a manner that mirrors some of the benefits of linkage? So perhaps now is the moment to have such a discussion. And thirdly, there's a shortage on both sides when it comes to clean tech skills. And so in our report, we're proposing the establishment of a joint UK-EU Cleantech Skills Initiative, where we think focusing on high demand areas for cleantech, and we're partnering with industry and private sector as key partners across the two would make sense. So I'm very curious to hear from the panelists. Now, you don't have to answer to all of them. This is why I've shared 3 different areas. Please feel free to comment. So Thomas, over to you.
Yeah, I'll pick on the first one on electricity generation and transportation. I think we need to think the two together. There are win-wins, but there are also, potential conflicts. First, I think one thing that would be super useful is to have an EU-UK spatial planning for the development of offshore wind and also maritime energy. Especially when it comes to the English Channel, because one of the impacts of putting offshore wind is that you forbid fishermen to fish in specific places. And if you have that in a way that is not coordinated, and here you need to link the issue of clean energy with the issue which is very distinct and can be very politically tricky, saying that again as a Norman with a few fishing towns in my constituency. We need to work together there, because that is something that is necessary to make those deployments that we want to be important possible. And obviously, once you know where you're going to deploy now or in the future offshore wind and maritime energy, you can also think of the grid, because obviously one of the big costs of offshore wind is not setting the offshore wind per se, it is significant, but also connecting the grid to the mainland, because obviously you need to create grid just to link the offshore wind farm there to the electricity grid. So I think that discussion would be super useful, and to have a joint agreement between the EU and the UK on where are going to be the priority deployment areas, taking into consideration the interest of the fishermen would be decisive. And then obviously for the transport of that electricity per se, very simply we need the hardware and we need the software. On the hardware, if there is a will, there is a way. Like we know how to build electricity lines. Like there is nothing that is particularly challenging there. If you have the political will to put a little bit of money in the table and to share the investment there, but that's something that is easy to be done. That's also important because one of the big projects that we've been pushing at the EU level since Brexit is the so-called Celtic interconnector that goes from Brittany in the west of France to Ireland. And this was also to make sure that there would be a physical link between those, between Ireland and the rest of the European Union. But obviously, now with the different government, we can have a rational discussion there. So enough about the hardware. Final point on the software, because you need to have electricity trading. I guess Britain-based, but largely European think tank E3G has written a paper that mentions that electricity trading, also network codes. And I think this is a kind of cooperation where things can work without necessarily a big political visibility, but TSO to TSO cooperation. Having engineers in the room rather than politicians sometimes can be a good way to have a better EU-UK relations. And I think, to me, this is kind of the low-hanging fruit. Offshore wind deployment, maritime energy, Wales, Brittany, Normandy especially, and the grid, that's kind of the thing where we need to focus our efforts now, because this can be kind of the prototype of what a constructive EU-UK cooperation looks like, because that's an area where it's clearly a win-win. There are some challenges, but obviously with political support we can find, let's say, the good compromises that we need to find to have a long-lasting, solid relation between the UK and the European Union.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I'm curious, Jakob, you seem to wish to jump in.
I think on a couple of the points, someone from the UK told me the other day that when England was sort of like starting to really enter the Second World War, and the Royal Air Force was sort of like the preeminent tool to deploy, they realized they only had, I think it was about like 16 or 20 planes. And so they were really in trouble. So but Churchill went and went to like a entrepreneur of the time that I don't know, industrialist, and told him, we need like an air force and we need it fast. And he went out and with this mission finance type of approach, and they repurposed a lot of factories all throughout the country to industrialize and arm the UK in the defense of Europe very, very fast. Obviously, planes were easier to build back then than they are today, but some of these technologies that we're talking about here, they're not that complex. I mean, it's like cables, batteries. It's not easy, but it's not like building a self-flying Boeing 7 something. I mean, this is really complex. So I think that it's also a question of just doing it, setting the ambition level and executing and going behind it. So I think we can do those things. Whether the Danish cable factories, I mean, you will just have to go and make these agreements, or even mandate that they share IP. We broaden it out because it's a security and resilience issue for a whole region. I think on the grids, the grids are super important, and I agree with all of what you said, and you're much more into the details than I am. But I think the interesting news is that there's a UK Germanic company that's currently investing in a 20 billion grid line going from Algeria all the way up the coast, up to the UK and connecting continental Europe on the way. And they're also looking into a line that goes up to Italy because they realize that the biggest problem is actually planning. Right? That's where a lot of the costs go in, but also where projects, they stall and they get delayed or they never happen. So in Germany, for instance, where I used to live, we have lots of green electrons in the north, and we have a lot of industry in the south. And it's very difficult to move those electrons. But the German industry players in the south, they can actually claim they fire green electrons into their factories because there's a dispatching system where peaker plants with brown coal are fired up to the tune of, I heard like 5 billion per year. I don't know if the number is true, but it's multiple billions to compensate for the fact that these PPAs that they sort of have don't really have like electrons locally behind them. And so that there's an annual cost in the billions that would very quickly make up for the cost of building the power grid, the TSO lines all the way down to Bavaria and to Stuttgart and so on. But it doesn't happen because the planning is impossible. So I don't know if the EU has the powers or the leverage to make planning a little easier. It's obviously public resistance that's often the problem, so it's difficult. But that is really like some of the things. And maybe it is just building a sea cable from Algeria, where we will have a lot of sun, maybe other sources of energy from the south, and taking them up to the south of Germany will be easier, actually. I think you have to think like relatively big picture on this. Last point on the labor. This is something that's very close to heart. We have a portfolio company that employs over 2,000 people across 5 European countries and Australia. And they roll out technologies for residential homes to decarbonize them. So solar, batteries, heat pumps, EV chargers. And they put also software and controls into place that allow them to become energy independent. They operate as an energy company, give them low prices, half of the grid prices in Germany, for example. And often they pay negative prices. They earn money because they can feed back into the system. And in the process, they're creating probably the largest virtual power plant in Europe relatively quickly. One of the key bottlenecks is labor, right? Especially when it comes to heat pumps. Solar is sort of fairly simple. Heat pumps is very complicated. We are currently in due diligence with 2 companies. One is providing software for making the heat pump installation go much, much faster and be more efficient. Also get the subsidies in place. And the other one is supplying skilled labor. It's basically like a training platform that then provides the labor to the platforms, including this other portfolio company we have. We actually used both of these companies, we realized when we were looking into it, because it's such a bottleneck. So I think anything we can do to take friction away and digitize administration and processes when it comes to upskilling people and equip them with the skills, and they're very nicely paid jobs. I mean, the average heat pump engineer in the UK is paid, I think, £45,000 per year. It's not really low-paid jobs in that sense. So it's great for the economy, and there's a lot of people that need upskilling. So that's something where if we can create support, remove friction for that, even maybe allow labor to travel a little bit more fluently, that would be a great thing.
Thank you very much. Miranda, you've heard a lot of suggestions. I'd be very curious to hear your response to at least some of them. And feel free to also maybe tackle the question on carbon pricing, since your co-panelists have not touched on that. So curious to hear your thoughts. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, it's kind of you to leave that one to me. Thanks very much. So, one of the reasons why I was maybe not so surprised about the figures on investment between both markets is because energy cooperation between the EU and the UK has never really gone away, despite the past few years. There is a chapter on energy in the TCA, and both sides are working hard to implement it. It includes measures on efficiency of electricity trading, and one particular thing it covers, which I'd like to flag, is the North Seas Energy Cooperation Organisation, which I'm sure lots of you are aware of. This is a great example of regional energy cooperation between countries that border the North Sea. And the UK was delighted a little while ago to resume cooperation with our NSEC partners following the signing of an MOU in 2022. We think it's only by working cooperatively together with our neighbours in the North Seas that we can really harness the potential that they hold, which is huge and particularly important for the UK in terms of offshore wind generation, where the UK is a world leader. You're probably aware we have the most installed capacity in Europe, second in the world only to China. We're very committed to the ambitions set out in the Ostend declarations, which include the shared target, I think, of 300 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2050, of which 120 gigawatts is due to come from UK territorial waters. And I think that shows how crucial the UK is to NSEC's goal of turning the North Seas into the green power plant of Europe. And we think that our record in developing offshore wind at scale means that we've got a lot to contribute to all the work streams covered by NSEC. One of those is also planning. Clearly, the North Seas are, narrow and busy, and there's a lot to do to get that right. And we think cooperation there certainly has potential. One other thing I wanted to emphasize in a slightly different field is actually green skills. This is another area where I think the UK and the EU have a lot of potential to work together. We both face the same shared challenge of sort of skills gaps in the clean tech sector and in other sort of green transition related sectors. And the new UK government is already doing a lot to try and improve this. Actually, at the UK mission here in Brussels, we held a workshop earlier in the year with skills providers and networks to explore what more we could do together. And I wanted to flag that if anyone here today is interested in getting involved in work streams that are now being created by the UK and EU skills providers together, they're due to look further at workforce forecasting, at TVET design, at delivery of mutual recognition, and mutual recognition and talent attraction and retention. You can look at joining these groups via the UK Skills Partnership website from tomorrow, I understand. So that's one particular area of opportunity we'd like to highlight. On CBAM and emissions trading, I mean, clearly we're all aware that these are relevant factors in the relationship. There is a commitment in the TCA to consider exploring linking of the schemes, and that's something that, of course, we in the EU will continue to bear in mind. I know a number of research bodies and groups have published different pieces on that, and it's just something that we are aware of. On CBAM, again, so here we and the EU share the same challenge. We both want to address carbon leakage. We both want to ensure that companies in the sort of green tech sector and sort of wider industrial sectors can continue to grow and invest in the EU, in the UK, without facing sort of difficulties in competition from overseas who have not sort of paid a similar carbon price. And for that reason, both the UK and the EU have their own CBAM schemes in different stages of operation. On the UK side, a consultation closed in June this year on a prospective UK CBAM, and the new government is looking at the results of that consultation and will publish a response in due course. In the meantime, we continue to engage with our partners here in Brussels on the development of the EU CBAM and how it relates to British business interests. Obviously, there are some operational considerations there for us. We have, for example, represented views on the sort of technical aspects for electricity providers that are raised by the EU CBAM in particular, and on a range of other considerations we continue to engage with our friends here at the Commission. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the announcement on the Green Skills Partnership that you will be launching tomorrow. The summit has had some announcements in the first part, so in the morning part. Now we were waiting for an announcement in the afternoon, and you've delivered it, so I'll surely be signing up. I'm very interested in this topic, exploring it further. And I think we would like, Duncan is still on the line, great. I'm sorry I can't see you when I look that way, but thank you for staying on. And please, any of the questions that I launched, feel free to respond to them. Also respond to what you've heard from your co-panelists.
Yeah, of course, of course. It's a bit of a luxury being last to speak because I can pick. But just to give some very precise points, I really agree with what Thomas was saying on getting some of the more operational and lower level coordination coming back. I think that's really important. I used to be as a Brit, vice chair of the operations committee at NSOE, and the loss of that day-to-day, hundreds of people on both sides of the conversation engaging in their day-to-day work to coordinate and to bring these things in alignment has a tremendous power. It surfaces itself in the detail of North Sea plans, in projects of common interest, and in regulatory alignment. So to be very specific, the reintroduction of the UK into NSOE and into ASA in terms of Ofgem and the UK system operator, I think would be incredibly powerful signals that the EU could send to the UK and would really accelerate cooperation at a government level as well, where it's been really encouraging to see that return. And I think those detailed administrative steps would be the next natural step. As someone involved in a number of businesses in Europe, I'm really encouraged to see alignment, to see discussion of alignment in CBAM. It makes perfect sense, even from a transition supply chain perspective, to try and get really good alignment so that these investments can be done in a coordinated way. And from a people and skills perspective, Europe has a tremendous, the UK and the EU have a tremendous critical mass of research and development, and then a tremendous cohort of young people coming through who are determined to spend their careers working in addressing climate change. And nearly all of the companies I work with, have sort of 30 to 40% international employees from right across the EU in them. And making sure that when we manage things like movement of people, the opportunity for critical skills to work in different jurisdictions, that can really, really help alongside the important aspects of research alignment, co-funding, first of a kind funding as well. So on all of that, we are seeing really encouraging green shoots, but really specific implementation in the detail, particularly institutional in terms of cooperation, I think at levels like ASA and NSOE would be absolutely vital.
Well, thank you very much. We're actually 5 minutes over time, so the conversation flew by. Time expanded, but not quite, because we have to actually give the floor to Jules and to Sonia. So I wanted to thank all of you and to propose that we continue this dialogue. Thank you, Sarah. And if you'd like to say a few words as well to wrap up. To wrap up this conversation, feel free to.
Yeah, just to say thank you so much for a really interesting discussion. I think it's very clear that the politics of all of this is not easy, but that Cleantech seems to be a good place to start with all of this. So I'm cautiously optimistic. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And thank you very much, everyone, the last panel, everyone else for sticking with us until the end. We've got a final closing fireside chat. Philip Offenberg, I'd like to invite him up. He's going to host it. Director for Europe at Breakthrough Energy, has been with them for, almost approaching 5 years now. And already brought with him to that over a decade of climate and energy policy experience. And as I said at the very start, we've got 2 directors lined up for you in this final session.
Very good. Thanks so much, Ronja. Yeah, so we've had really rich discussions today about how to make Europe the home of clean tech manufacturing, or a home of clean tech manufacturing, as we heard. And now it's really time to talk to two key people who, in the Commission services, will have to deliver on all that agenda. I'd like to welcome to the stage first Rosalinde van der Vlies, who's Director for the Clean Planet in DG RTD. So a round of applause, please, for Rosalinde. Thanks for joining us. You can sit there. And then next, Joaquim Nunes de Almeida, who is Director for Mobility and Energy-Intensive Industries in DG Grow. And here's a mic for you. Thank you very much. Great. So Rosalinde and Joaquim, it's great to have both of you here together, because in a way you represent very complementary portfolios in the European Commission. You're at different ends of the scale-up journey. So Rosalinde oversees RTD, that means research and innovation, and Joachim then industrial policy in DG Grow. So ideally, startups that start with you, Rosalinde, at some point become big companies, for instance, new cement companies to be regulated then by Joachim. So let's start talking about Europe's position in clean tech. When we read the Draghi report, it's very clear companies are not scaling. Is there a common understanding about the reasons why companies are not scaling in Europe between the two of you and between your departments?
I'm stealing my colleague's mic for the moment. Yeah, so let me first say and congratulate the organizers for this event. I think it's extremely timely, as we are also segueing into a new commission, so a new opportunity as well to define really the priorities of what we really want to achieve in the European Union. And I think what we have learned from the past is that it's really important to break down silos and to make sure that we have a continuous support for companies moving from the early stage research, development into deployment and scaling up. And I think we have created quite a impressive landscape of different instruments where we are investing as a European Union in companies across the whole innovation chain. And what we did with Horizon Europe, which is our current framework program for research and innovation, is that we said, okay, we want to provide specific support to startups, and we have created the European Innovation Council, which I think has been extremely well suited to make sure that there's this one-stop shop where companies can go and they can really, have this blended finance. And we've heard the president designate Mrs. von der Leyen referring in particular to the European Innovation Council as one of the instruments that we need to be further looking at for the future. So I do think that it will be really important. I mean, in Europe, we are really strong on regulation if you compare us to other parts of the world. And I think we can be really proud of it, that we have this regulatory framework inside the European Union. I think we're also, if you compare us to the rest of the world, we are extremely good in having strategic visions. And I think with our European Green Deal, we want to become the first climate neutral continent in the world. So what a vision is that? It's really a mission for all of us. It's supported by all EU member states. It's enshrined in climate law, where we all agree to legally reduce our greenhouse gas emissions with 55%. So we have the strategic vision, we have the regulatory framework, we have massive investments. But what I think we need to do better is to connect the dots to make sure that we can support the companies and also make sure that we simplify not only the regulatory framework, but also all the funding opportunities that we have in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, tentatively, I think that there might be an issue on complexity of regulatory framework. And I think that the issue that needs to be tackled is not so much, I mean, most legislative initiatives and most existing pieces of the acquis have a sense in themselves, but it's the putting of it all together that sometimes makes acting out things difficult. And I think that it's therefore important that, I mean, I talk that too often to businesses now, that this is the moment, since there's a big emphasis on simplification, that they put forward what, concrete situations, for instance, if we're faced with situation A, B, or C, we're subject to this, that it's in contradiction with that should be, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think that that's one. And second, I think that there has been traditionally strong support to R&D, but there's not much available. Besides the Innovation Fund, I mean, and the Innovation Fund is far from being peanuts. We're talking about 30 billion euro from here to 2030, but still, support to scaling up, it's difficult to see that the decarbonization effort will be done without, which is, you know, the market failure by definition could be carried through just with a classical market business case scenario.
Let's stay perhaps with simplification for a moment. So one thing that has come across in my 5 years since I left the Commission a lot is startups, scale-ups really struggling to engage with the Commission. So there are a lot of different programs to fund projects, to fund startups, but they're often located in different departments, right? So what are you going to do in the future just between the two departments represented here to make that easier and more comprehensible? Someone today floated the idea of a TripAdvisor for innovation or for support instruments. Yeah, I think you know who. But what is the plan here to simplify that and improve this face to the customer in a way?
Yeah, well, let me just take one step back. And I think, you know, we all are suffering, in particular in governments, of, you know, a silo approach, which we have, you know, at European level, which we have at national level. In my experience, the Green Deal has really helped us already to really break down these silos and to go to a whole of government approach, because in the end, you know, we have the same strategic objective. And it's very clear that we won't be able to deliver on the strategic objective if you work in a silo-based approach. So I do think that we have become much better in working together. In particular, in the area of research innovation, we have also launched 5 missions. One of them is the Cities mission, where we are supporting 100 cities in the European Union to be climate neutral already by 2030. And there, you know, we have been working in what we call, you know, a mission owner group with many of the Commission services together. We have met almost 100 times since we launched the mission. So I think you can really already see much closer collaboration. But good news, and I'm sure that you have picked it up in the mission letter for the future Commissioner for Startups, Research and Innovation, that we will be setting up a task force for the startups, and that we will be developing a strategy for startups and scale-ups. And I think, you know, the fact that this is now, you know, one initiative that is in the mission letter for the future Commissioner for Startups, Research and Innovation, I think will be even helping us further to connect the dots, not only between the two of us, but all relevant Commission services. So I think that's really a very good step into the next direction.
Yeah, I think that definitely just, you know, trying to have a sort of a more readable one-stop shop information piece that would tell you all the funding available for the situation that you're faced with in practice definitely could help.
Yeah, the only issue I have with a one-stop shop is that we have created so many one-stop shops.
Yeah.
So I think we need to somehow have the one-stop shop of the
one-stop shop. Exactly. Yeah. A real one-stop.
Yeah. The TripAdvisor.
Shop, right?
But then what is, for example, going to be Joachim's role in this new working group that you mentioned on startups?
Well, I think what we need to do when we develop a strategy for SMEs and startups is that we need to bring everything together. Joachim mentioned the fact that, you know, we have an amazing regulatory framework, which is really good. And I think many sectors come to us and say, you know, we want our own, you know, regulatory framework. But Joachim mentioned, you know, this cumulative effect of all the rules that we have in the European Union then actually make the whole picture much more complicated. So I think we really need to make sure that if we, you know, start develop this strategy for startup and scale up, that we need to take into account, you know, the cumulative effect of the regulations that we have in Europe, but also at the national level. Because very often also, you know, the startups, they come to us and they do not necessarily have an issue with what the rules we establish at EU level, but, you know, specific rules that are hampering these startups from scaling up that exist at the national level. So I think we also need to take that dimension into consideration. And then I think, you know, we really need to look at the the funding and investment framework that we have and really see how can we simplify also the access, in particular for the smaller companies, to these funds. To give you a concrete example of what we are facing here, we have certain rules of the game that companies need to comply with when they get funding under the Horizon Europe program. And then if a company wants to get follow-up funding from Innovation Fund, there are completely new rules that need to be complied with. So what we try to do with these companies, thank you very much, sir. What we try to do already in Horizon Europe, we try to prepare companies when we are funding like large-scale demonstration projects to already have them think about how they can also be successful in, for example, Innovation Fund. But I think we need to simplify this to make this much more easy for the future.
Is there, I mean, you described now a startup strategy, a scale-up strategy, and then relatively separate from that, we have an industrial strategy for the big industries, for the corporates, where Joachim is responsible. Is there no element of also trying to match startups and scale-ups with corporates? Because very often, especially in Cleantech, they just provide the technology solutions that are needed, for instance, for steel or chemistry companies to decarbonize. The Rondo example today was mentioned. They're just teaming up with a chemical company, for instance, in Germany to provide clean heat. Isn't there something that the Commission could do between your departments to really match technology supply from startups and then corporate offtake?
I would say yes. I mean, definitely yes. I can only say yes. What else could I say? I mean, we, at this stage, our effort is to... We're seeing the world from the prism of Europe is losing out on access to critical raw materials and net zero, and we need to improve our presence there. So startups, big companies, anything that reinforces Europe's industrial power is important for us. And that would be the prism through which we see reality.
If I may just add to that, I think it will be extremely important to partner. I mean, in the area of research innovation, we have a big tradition of partnerships under Horizon Europe. We partner as Commission with member states. We partner with industry. What I do think moving forward is that, I think we should basically open up partnerships to any interested partner, around a specific objective or a specific mission. We now traditionally make this distinction. We have public-public partnerships, public-private partnerships. I think moving forward in the future, it will be really, really important to open this up and to make, the linkages not only at what we are doing at EU level, but also what's happening at the national level. But let's not forget also the need to increase the private investment in research innovation. I mean, we have this 3% target of GDP, and we are really lagging behind in the European Union. So through our partnerships with industry, currently in Horizon Europe, we try to increase also the private investments, and I think this is really a good model that we should continue for the future. So not only looking at, investments from the public side, but also enhancing the investments from the private side.
I think one of the instruments that best fills this sort of gap between your portfolios at the moment is the EIC. I think many people will agree here in the room. Now we're at the beginning of a new mandate, and from my experience in the Commission, it's always new mandate, new commissioners, new ideas, right? And sometimes new ideas for funds. So I personally have seen one or two new fund ideas being floated in the past weeks and months. What's your view? I mean, do we need to boost the EIC, for instance, more people, more money, or is there a need for another instrument?
Well, I mean, I think before we start talking about instruments, I think we should first talk about what do we want to achieve. What are our objectives here? And here, I think, simplification of the whole landscape could be a very important objective. Another important objective, I think, could be to focus. I mean, you mentioned the Draghi report before. It is true that Mr. Draghi basically said, okay, let's, not invest in everything and the grandmother and the cat and the dog. He didn't use these words, but that's how I read him, basically. Let's really focus on where are the competitiveness strengths of the European industry. So I do think, before speaking, do we need to, boost the EIC? Do we need a new fund? Do we need to put a new name on it? I think that comes later. I think first we need to be absolutely clear. What do we need? What do we need to change? Where do we want to go? And then talk about, what would be an instrument.
Okay, I have one specific for Joachim. So we had the Net Zero Industry Act, the Critical Raw Materials Act. You mentioned that. Now the debate's moving on. Today, one big question here that was debated was, do we need local content requirements to help European industries set up their manufacturing?
Well, I would say that that's something that will have to be decided by the next college. At this stage, what you have is indeed targets in the Critical Raw Materials Act and in the Net Zero Act. Mr. Draghi, in his report, talks indeed about the need to think from target to the creation of a market. But I would say that that's possibly one of the big questions that the next college and the next politically responsible members of the college will have to take a position on that. At this stage, on the Critical Raw Materials Act and then on the Net Zero Act, and also I think that, we've just adopted these reforms. Before saying this is not enough, we need to do much more. Let's try and do what we said we were going to do. And what we're trying to do is so on critical raw materials, we are assessing at this stage 170 projects in view of labeling as strategic, which could lead to faster permitting at national level on the one hand, and as a magnet to the attraction of finance due to the de-risking put by the fact that a political institution like the Commission considers them strategic. This should get to results by the beginning of 25. At the same time, we're due to activate also a platform to put supply and demand on critical raw materials in touch. That's also something that you should expect for Q1 25. On net zero, we're advancing on both main fronts that I would qualify the permitting front. We're pushing the member states to designate their contact points so that project promoters can put their projects to and get faster permitting if they are considered strategic projects. Strategic projects in net zero are decided at national level, whereas in critical raw materials they're decided by the Commission. Also on access to markets, which would regulate sustainability and resilience in procurement, auctions and subsidies. We're advancing together with our colleagues of DG and Air to come up with criteria that would allow authorities to comply with the Net Zero Act that forces them to use sustainability and resilience criteria in some instances. So there's a lot to be done right now that could prove to have an effect. So the Net Zero Act indicates, for instance, that if a given component or a given technology is supplied more than 50% by a single source, you are forced to buy 50% from another source. So if we define these components and these technologies, and this starts kicking in 6-8 months, that could have quite an effect.
Great. I'm getting the signal we need to wrap up. One last question with the ask for a short answer. You mentioned Q1 2025. What will be your big priorities in the first 100 days of the Commission?
Well, I mean, I'm not promising anything on timing, but let me just, throw 2 more acts in the mix. So from the R&I perspective, also spelled out in the mission letter, we will be working on an innovation act that should really streamline the regulatory framework to provide faster access to venture capital, especially for small companies. Should also make sure that, we really support through this innovation act, bringing new solutions to the market faster. And the second priority for research and innovation will be another act, and that is on the European research area, where we will be advocating the free movement of researchers, technologies and knowledge, so basically to have a single market also in this area.
And Joachim?
Well, I'll help you. I'll help the organizers. I'm going to be very quick. So we have to get the clean industry deal right, following which we'll have to do the Industrial Decarbonization Act. I think that that's definitely, I've clearly got my life set for the next year.
Very much in line with the political guidelines. Thank you very much. I know it's a difficult time to ask questions to you about the future and things you're going to do, since you know, a lot of decisions still have to be made. But much appreciated, and thanks so much. A warm round of applause for the two, please. And back to Jules, or to Sonja, and then Jules.
Thank you so much. Look, I hate to stand between you and drinks, so I'll be extremely quick. I wanted first to extend my thanks to you for sticking around until the end with us. I hope you had a fantastic and interesting day. We look forward to your feedback. I had one message, which is we're really at a key political moment here in Brussels and throughout Europe. And I really hope that you come out of this summit with this energy to make the most of this moment, to really push for more collaboration between the public and the private sector on these questions, and to make sure that the first 100 days of the next Commission are really powerful and are really effective for the scale-up of the clean tech industry. Beyond that, I just wanted to extend a word of thanks to our team, who's done a lot of hard work to get this day going, and just wanted to, if they're in the room with us, ask them to stand up so that we can all give them a round of applause. Thank you. That's it. See you all very soon. Let's get some drinks.